Good morning. I'm Nick Carver and I'm Chairman of the Trust. It's my pleasure to welcome you here this morning, and a special welcome if meeting with the Trust is difficult for you. We especially appreciate you being here this morning. This session is being live streamed, and we also have a media camera here, so if you're concerned about being identified, can I suggest that you sit on the right-hand side here, your left or my right. So if you do that, you won't appear in the image. So please feel free to move if you want to. I think we have the Wi-Fi details available now. So there's the Wi-Fi details. We have a two-part agenda. Firstly, we're going to address the independent review of maternity services until 11:30. And then we're moving into our annual general meeting, which provides both the statutory information and also a number of interesting and engaging sessions. We hope you can stay for both those parts, but we do recognise that many of you may be here just for the part on maternity services. You can, however, watch the second part on catch-up later, so please feel free to do that. Part of both sections will include a question and answer slot. And following feedback from last year, we have extended that Q&A slot. Please log on to Slido, and we will use Slido to pick up questions for those watching online, from those in this room who don't want to ask a question by raising their hands. But we will also, or I will seek to also pick up those who raise their hands in this session and want to ask a question. Just by way of respectful feedback, can I request that we have questions rather than speeches? Last year we had one or two speeches that actually tended to take away from the time available for questions. And please recognise that we can not address your specific individual clinical concerns here, but someone can. In fact, Ali, could you stand up? Ali will be here throughout the session. If you have particular individual concerns, she'll be happy to take a note of those and come back to you. I should stress that, as in previous years, all questions will be addressed, even if we can't address them in this session here. So without further ado, can I welcome Donna Ockenden to the platform. Welcome, Donna.
Good morning and thank you. And thank you, Chairman, for the introduction. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Donna Ockenden. And it remains my honour and privilege to be the chair of the independent review of maternity services here in Nottingham, across Nottinghamshire. So next slide, please. So for those of you who know a bit about the independent review and me, sometimes I can't believe it, but next year will be my 40th year of being in and around the NHS. Some days I feel that I'm definitely old enough for that, and other days I don't. Many of you will know that the approach we take to the independent review is always what we call multi-professional. First of all, family voices are at the heart of everything that we do. And also every review is looked at by sometimes a great number of independent doctors, nurses and midwives. So as of last week, I had more than 150 doctors, nurses and midwives. They work in maternity and neonatal services, and they come from right across England, Newcastle in the north down to Cornwall in the southwest. And those of you who've known me for some time, and in fact it was the Nottingham families, many Nottingham families wrote to me in 2022, just after the publication of the Shrewsbury and Telford review. You know that, again, family voices, multi-professional engagement is something that is at the heart of everything that Donna Ockenden does. Next slide, please. So where are we now? So as of last week, we had 2,425 families fully and active within the review. When Shrewsbury and Telford was published, it was then the largest ever inquiry into a single service in the history of the NHS. And of course, sadly, the review here in Nottingham has far surpassed that. In addition to the families fully within the review, we listened to families and local communities at the earliest stage. And we have an additional 526 women and families where they may not meet the terms of reference fully, but there is learning for maternity neonatal services for the Trust, and it gives an additional number of families the opportunity to be heard. To date, we have responded to all requests that we've had for individual family meetings. They're happening every week, but as of last week, 391 family meetings have been undertaken. And for those of you who may not yet have had a family meeting with my team or I, there is still that opportunity. And in comparison to the Shrewsbury and Telford review, I have to, praise and thank the current and former staff of Nottingham University Hospital's NHS Trust. 859 staff have come forward to date. Now, we all know that Shrewsbury and Telford is a smaller trust than Nottingham, but if I say that 84 staff filled in surveys, as part of the Shrewsbury review, you can see the huge difference in staff engagement. Next slide, please. So, reflecting on 2025 to date, the first thing that I wanted to raise is to thank the families, particularly the steering group of families, the families that give up so much of their time. I've been doing independent reviews since 2013, so quite some time, but I have never been to a city, a county like Nottingham, where local families give so much of themselves, their kindness, their time, the willingness to help others, and in memory of their babies, their children, what happened to them, their determination to see services improve for others is something I have never come across. And I see it every day, and I want to pay tribute to all of you. So 2025 has been an incredibly full year for the review team, but also for local families and the Trust. So we have met several times now with the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State, Wes Streeting MP, has been to Nottingham twice to sit face-to-face with families, and we've also had other meetings with him virtually, and we'd like to thank him for that. We've met with regulators, the NMC, Nursing and Midwifery Council, the General Medical Council, and in a couple of weeks' time, families will join me in meeting the Professional Services Authority. They are the people that regulate the NMC and GMC. So I think just with that introduction or summary, that's just some of the meetings that I attend, but more importantly, families give of their time for. We've also met on many occasions with Anthony May as Chief Executive, other members of the executive team and the chairman. We've met with the Trust to try and block and resolve issues around subject access requests, and also with the local ICB. So I think one of the positives, and we're on a journey here, if we reflect upon the Nursing and Midwifery Council and the General Medical Council, now there are local surgeries face-to-face here in Nottingham. They took too long to happen, but they are happening. And I think we're seeing that we are on a gradual journey of improved communication with those regulators. We closed officially to new cases as of the 31st of May, although numbers have still increased, because if an incident happened on the 31st of May, it may well take some time for either families to come forward or, quite rightly, for the Trust to inform us of those cases. So I think the open book arrangement we have with the Trust is broadly working very, very well. So what will the year ahead look like for the independent review? And by the independent review, I mean the independent review, local elected representatives such as MPs and families. So we are working on everyone's case, and I think it's important to say that cases are not finished until the review itself is ready to publish. And the reason for that is There will always be a chance that the trust will find new evidence, families will find new evidence, that there will be family meetings and so on, or perhaps the coroner, becomes involved. So that is why we say reviews are not complete until the review itself is complete. We will continue to hold individual family meetings for as long as we can. So for those of you out in the communities who clearly know hundreds upon hundreds of other families, please tell everyone you know. If you haven't had your family meeting, Donna and our team are up in Nottingham very, very regularly. We have an arrangement called the Learning and Improvement meetings every 2 months, attended by Anthony as Chief Executive and his members of his executive team. And that is a continual cycle of feeding back to the Trust, me hearing of the improvements, I would say, Mr. Mayor, holding the Trust to account for improvements, getting feedback from families direct into the Trust. And that is a huge improvement on the Shrewsbury situation. We simply didn't have that arrangement. We'll meet with any organisation that we need to. We escalate concerns on an ongoing basis to the Trust as we hear about them. And we have a process then where the Trust will look at individual cases in the here and now, particularly if women and babies need ongoing health care. That's something that we hopefully have help with on an ongoing basis. We liaise with FPSS, the Psychological Support Service. I think it's fair to say that broadly we get positive comments, but we do listen to families, and if there are concerns, we raise those concerns with FPSS on an ongoing basis. And we've just started the process of what we call supplementary staff and leadership interviews. So these are senior members of staff, current and former, across both the ICB and across the Trust. And those, there's a process now for us hearing from those colleagues who could have, should have, would have influenced maternity care, perinatal care, either in the here and now or prior to today. So as we move through, we will start the process of what we call publication processes and maxwellisation. And what that means is that anyone who is in the review, in the report, and you're not identified whether you are family or staff, if there is anything that might be said that is critical of staff members, we will show them the relevant page and they can comment. That doesn't mean that we will amend the report in any way. And of course, for families, it's really important that anything we write, whether it's anonymised or whatever, about families, they get the chance to go, could you not put that in? Or, yes, I want that in. And so every single person who may have what we call a vignette, a little account, a part of their journey in the report, will get that opportunity to hear from me and have the right to reply, I suppose. So nobody should pick up the report on publication day as a family, for example, and go, page 48, is that really me? Oh, I wasn't expecting that. That will not happen. We will publish the final report in June 2026. You will remember that for the Shrewsbury report, I was in Shrewsbury, and the Secretary of State published the report in the House of Commons. So ongoing discussions about that. And then there will be a period of family feedback. Everyone who has participated as a family in the review will get the opportunity for feedback if they wish. And we think that that could take up to 6 months, but the timetable will be explained to you. Next slide, please. This is a slide that many families will be familiar with. You will know that we will grade, multi-professionally, my team will grade cases in terms of the outcome. In some cases, there will have been appropriate care, in some minor concerns, in some significant concerns, and some with major concerns. And I've explained this to families on many, many occasions, but we will keep having those conversations. Even with the most tragic outcome, if my team believe, having considered all the evidence, having heard family voices, that care was appropriate, a score of 0 doesn't mean that what happened to you as families is not important. Of course it is, but there will be that range from 0 to 3. And of course, one of the improvements that we've made since Shrewsbury is far more families will have the opportunity. Everyone will get a report, but far more families will have the opportunity, in fact everyone will, for a conversation with my team afterwards if they have those questions. So next slide, you will see that even though those cases where there's good care, minor concerns, they can still have that opportunity for a conversation. Those where there are significant concerns will be able to have telephone calls, Zoom calls. And then for those families where a mother has died, regardless of whether the care was appropriate, we will offer face-to-face meetings here in Nottingham if they wish, and we will offer face-to-face conversations if they wish with members of my team, and in all likelihood me, for those where there are major concerns. But this is flexible, this is where we are at the moment, and this has been based on family feedback. So next slide, and moving on to FPSS. At the moment, 425 families are accessing support. We are working with FPSS on an ongoing basis to develop the service according to family needs. I think it is fair to say that generally FPSS, they do listen, but it is an ongoing journey, and to reassure families, FPSS psychological support will not disappear at publication. It will continue all the way through family feedback and beyond. So next slide, and just looking at engagement. We are very well aware of the rich diversity of Nottingham as a city. We will continue to engage with communities all the way through the review, beyond publication, and through family feedback. And as an example, yesterday, I had the most brilliant morning at Nottingham Women's Centre, where I met 20 women from across the city who were able to share their account of maternity care. And also, in terms of staff voices, a combination of online and face-to-face, I met, I think, in counting them on the screen and whatever, 27 resident trainee doctors who wanted to talk to me about their experiences of working at the Trust. And, that was really good. They're trainee doctors. They're at the start of their career. They are the doctors that we need to stay going forward. They rotate around the region, and they made the effort. I think they had, their lunch break, if such a thing exists for trainee doctors, but they all gave up their time yesterday to meet with me. Our next family meeting, which happens on a Saturday morning, as you know, is the 13th of September. I think all of you who usually come, all families will have had that detail, and you know that we have a creche available, we can make interpretation available, and we are formulating that agenda with families. I'd like to thank local members of Parliament for their support of their constituents and their support overall for the review, and of course support from the local and regional media. And just some of the people that support families and the review on an ongoing basis are listed there: BBC, ITV, Hits Radio, Kemmer FM, Nottingham Post, Notts TV and PA Media. So thank you to all of those people. There are, of course, the things, next slide, that the Trust are working on. In the recent past, we've spoken to Trust leadership about staff still having some fear of speaking out. Staff recently fed back to us, and we fed it back immediately to the Trust. Well, the workforce tool says we are okay, but because of the juniority, that's a made-up Ockenden work, the junior nature of our workforce, we still sometimes feel understaffed. And staff advised us recently, from middle management, the phrase we think of is leadership by email. We are flat out working clinically, but we just get emails. So I fed that back immediately to Anthony and team. We are still finding some cases where serious incident reviews are very delayed, and when we are escalating cases for immediate concern, sometimes I have to escalate them once, twice, 3 times. We have a process, but sometimes it's not as slick and as quick as it should be. I mean, and I think then there's a lack of timeline sometimes. You know, a Nottingham family will request their records, whether it's a subject access request or medical records, and we have to get involved because although some progress has been made, in all honesty, the timeliness is simply not good enough. Large numbers of staff have come forward and many are still reporting this fear of speaking out. Families have spoken to Anthony May and his colleagues very recently about unkindness and incivility towards them. And I'm sure that Anthony will want to mention that when he speaks. Still some evidence of not listening to or believing women, and that was a theme that I heard yesterday at Nottingham Women's Centre. And although generally debrief meetings when families would come back to meet with clinicians at the Trust should be helpful and healing, large numbers of families have described how they have not been helpful, they've not felt listened to, and the phrase gaslit has been used. So all of these issues have been raised with the Trust. We have discussed the way forward and progress is being made. There's no doubt about it. But a bit like the old image of turning an oil tanker, it is taking a long time despite everyone's efforts. So next slide, what is working well? The bi-monthly learning and improvement meetings, there is evidence of learning in real time. And again, if I can speak positively about the two colleagues in front of me, the Chief Executive and the Chair, the engagement that I have with them is excellent. It's my honest belief, and they didn't know I was going to say this, is that they listen, they're honest, and they do care deeply. And I'd like to pay tribute to Anthony and Nick, please. Improvements that we've made. You know, how are we going to feed back what is being said by families directly to staff, and how do we recognise some of the improvements? Subject access requests are still an issue. But the Trust has employed more staff to speed up the process. And then an amount of the learning that is already being found in this Trust, in Nottingham, is going on to make improvements across the country, and we'll continue to do that. So that was all I was going to say. Thank you for the invite. Again, tribute to the families. Thank you for everything that you do in the face of life-changing adversity. You will never know the difference that you have made. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and a renewed welcome to you, particularly to the families that have joined us this morning. I want to start by paying tribute to Donna. I started work in the Trust the same day that Donna began work on the review, so we are 3 years into the process now. Donna works extraordinarily hard on behalf of maternity services in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. She's a stalwart advocate for the families, but also recognises how hard colleagues are working in the Trust to improve services, and stakeholder management is legendary. Everybody in Westminster and Whitehall knows Donna, and I'm absolutely convinced that your work will influence national policy, Donna, so thank you for what you're doing for us. I want to make some reflections this morning. I've given an undertaking to our families as recently as the end of July, that I will feed back some of the things that they have told me and my colleagues. And I've given an equivalent undertaking to colleagues that work in our, what we call perinatal services, that I will feed back some of the things that they tell me. And my hope in doing this is that we can bring these two perspectives closer together, because if we can, I think that we will accelerate our learning and our improvement. So first of all, I'm going to give some reflections from the families. But I will preface it by saying that in the more than three years now that I have been working with the families and trying to listen to you and understand what's happened. I have learnt a great deal, and like Donna, I consider it to be an honour and a privilege that you allow me to listen and engage with you, albeit I know that you believe that we need to do much more and more quickly, and that you still don't have trust and confidence in our ability and capacity to improve. Nevertheless, you still give your time to me, and I do appreciate that very much. So here are some of the things that I've heard from families, not just in the course of the last few months, but over the course of the time that I've been involved in the Ockenden review. Firstly, and this is really important because these things do not work without this key ingredient in place, the families have very high degrees of trust and confidence in the Ockenden review and in Donna as a leader of the review, and a strong independent voice for not just their concerns but also for maternity services. At the same time, though, with 2,500 families involved in the review in the way that Donna described, a lot of those families, I would say the majority that I speak to, remain unconvinced that NUH or other public agencies recognise the impact of what has happened to them. And we must, because until we do recognise the impact of the trauma and the loss, often compounded by the processes and systems that follow tragic incidents, we won't extract the learning and we won't maximise our improvement. Equally, I think focusing on NUH particularly, the families are unconvinced, although there are some signs that the families recognise what we're trying to do, but they remain unconvinced that we are as yet successful in changing our culture, in communicating effectively with families in ways that they appreciate and in a timely way, particularly when they want information, maybe their records or access to chronologies and things that happen to them, often at a very traumatic time in their life when they're trying to piece together what actually happened, and we don't provide that information quickly enough. Families also want us to say sorry as soon after something has gone wrong as we can. In the health service, that's known as the duty of candour, and many families experience us not doing that, or if we do say sorry, then we don't do it in a way which they think is sincere and compassionate. And families tell me that they are still not convinced that we have learnt from what's happened to them, and more generally learning from adverse incidents. And we want to work with you to ensure that we do maximise the learning and your experience. In the health service, there's a phrase, a concept that people use called trauma-informed practice. That's using people's experiences to help us learn and improve our practice. And whilst families say to me that they would like to use their experiences, even coming to talk to our staff about what's happened to them, that they don't feel at the moment they can do that because they don't know how they would be received. Although there are some examples now where the families are working with us on the quality of debriefs, for example, and some of the families have kindly agreed to come and meet our trust board later in this year, and the families met together without the trust on the 10th of May this year to talk about the commitments that we made last year to try and shape them and help us do things better, and particularly recognise their experiences. And the families tell me that the processes and systems that we use to help them are often opaque, and they can, in some circumstances, lead to a view that we're closing ranks, or even worse, that we are covering up. And as Donna said, some families very recently have fed back to me shocking examples of being stigmatised or gaslit, criticised for either being part of the independent review or for campaigning for better services. One example that sticks in my mind, and there's a question about it later, is that families have heard that they are criticised for being in the review and that they're in the review on the basis that they are seeking compensation. These things are shocking, they're totally and utterly unacceptable, and the families tell me that there are instances where they feel, they have reason to believe they can trace that back to colleagues that work in NUH. So I have written today to all staff in the Trust to remind them of my expectations. I've also fed back to colleagues across the Trust today the reflections I've set out for you from the families in the hope that they will understand what it feels like to be affected in the way that you have. I also gave an undertaking to colleagues who work in the services that I would feed back their reflections. Those colleagues work very hard. I witness it every day. They are also supportive of the review. 859 of them have engaged with the review. They would not have done that if they didn't think some good would come of it. And as Donna has said, they've given of their time and they've given of their experience, and that process continues. Even yesterday, Donna and I agreed that we would allow the resident doctors to join the staff voices arrangements, even though technically we've closed that because Donna feels that their voices should be heard. However, they do feel that they are operating under long-standing and high levels of scrutiny and pressure, and that sometimes that affects their confidence and their morale. And although that colleagues recognise the improvements that we've made, and some of which I'm going to show you in a few minutes, they find it difficult to assimilate that into their day-to-day practice because they are under pressure. They're spending a lot of time reassuring families that we are running safe services, that we're listening, and that we are improving. And they feed back, as they have to Donna, concerns about the mix of staffing. You'll see that we've done well on recruitment, particularly of midwives, but we are struggling at the moment with consultants, for example, and that's a process as that continues, and we are striving really hard to make sure that we've got the right people with the right skills mix in the right place at the right time in what is ostensibly a frontline service for the organisation, but sometimes the staff don't feel that we have and that we've got their back. And that influences culture and the way they relate to senior colleagues in the Trust, which is where I think some of this feedback comes from about the distance that can grow between groups of staff and leadership when things are difficult and people feel scrutinised and under pressure. And staff report that they feel we could communicate with them better and more frequently. Just recently, some of us met all the consultant body and agreed ways that we could communicate with them better, but it's early days and we have to continue to do that. And there are some staff groups, notably our Band 6 midwives, our consultants and our resident doctors, who want more support from us, and we will strive to do that. And colleagues tell me that the level and complexity of our patients has increased over the years, and things like our neonatal expansion has added to that and compounded that. Our ambition, of course, is to try and bring these perspectives closer together, because my experience of working with colleagues who are under pressure and families who have suffered incredible, unimaginable trauma is that if we can bring those two perspectives together, then something good will come from that. But at the moment, we haven't done that enough, and my ambition in the lead up to the publication of the review and beyond is that we find ways to do that. So just a few other things before I close, and I'm not going to labour these points because what I really wanted to get across to you today was the reflections that I've heard from the families and the reflections that I've heard from colleagues, because I gave a commitment that I would do both of those things. But we are trying very hard to improve, and there are some things on these slides which I won't read out to you that demonstrate that. And I say these things to you in a way that I hope expresses humility, because anyone who works in NUH knows that we can do more, and we can do more quickly, whether that's in waiting times in ED or whether it's in maternity services. But maternity services are a top priority for us, and there are some things there that I hope demonstrate that we are working really hard, and there are some signs that things are improving. If, however, you've suffered a tragedy, these things are hard to assimilate, and I understand that completely. We're working hard, for example, on that bottom bullet point to give access to information more quickly, and my colleague Andy Callow, who's around to answer questions on that, met with some of the families recently to find out how we might do that better, and we are taking the appropriate actions. We are, of course, and you would expect me to say this, focused very much on patient safety. There are some examples there. The most notable one is when I joined the Trust in 2022, there are 10 safety actions that we have to meet every year. It's called the Maternity Incentive Scheme, and we, I think, met in that year either 5 or 6 of those standards. And last year, for the first year, we met all 10. And there are 54 subsections to 10 standards which are rigorously applied, and we have to provide evidence that demonstrates that we are making progress with safety. And there's some other things on that slide that I hope you find at least reassuring, if not encouraging. And much, of course, of what I've said about reflections from the families and from my colleagues is about the culture of the organisation. NUH has many cultures. It's a very big and complex organisation. It's the largest public service organisation in this area. In fact, it's the largest organisation, full stop. So to have an ambition of a monoculture in a large and complex institution is probably over-ambitious. But what people should expect, if they are a patient, in this case, if they are a family going through our maternity or broader perinatal services, or if they are a member of staff, is that we treat them with dignity and respect, we listen to them, we don't judge them, and we use devices, for example, with our families, that we apologise quickly, we investigate things quickly, we're honest and transparent, and we own up when we've got something wrong. If it's our staff, that we use restorative practices so that staff can practice safely, and if they make a mistake, it's highlighted to them, they're given support and training, and they can continue to practice. Although there are some circumstances, of course, and the families would want me to say this, when we have to use other processes. And everyone understands the difference between those two things. It's how you apply them. And that's how you shape culture. You give people the tools and the environment where they feel safe to practice, and where families and patients more broadly in the organisation are proud of their local hospitals. And we've got a lot to do to make sure that our maternity families and people coming through our maternity services every day are proud, and our staff are proud to work with us. But that's our commitment, and that's the journey that we're on. And just to finish, here are some things that we are focusing on at the moment in terms of quality. And I've given you some comparisons there about how things were and how they are now. And I'm not showing you these to demonstrate that I think that we have finished and we can move on, far from it. These are just milestones on a very long journey of making sure our maternity services are better, and that people can trust them, and that people have a good experience, and they're communicated in a way that respects them, and that we see them as partners in that journey, because it's a life-enhancing, but unfortunately for so many people in the review, a life-changing experience, and particularly if we don't get it right. So I'm not going to read that data on that slide. I'm presenting it to give you an impression of how hard we are working, and I can assure you that we are, to make things better. And then in conclusion, I probably said all of this already. What we remain is utterly committed to the Ockenden review, utterly committed to listening to families when they will allow us to engage with them, committed to supporting our staff, and committed to improving services and recognising that in these matters we all have feet of clay, and we should come to every conversation with humility and treat each other with the respect and dignity that we all deserve. So that's all I've got to say. I'm very grateful to you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. So we have a good long time, just over 45 minutes for questions. We've got some coming up on Slido. Perhaps one of my colleagues can get Slido working for me whilst we wait for that. We've got some questions we've received already. Just to recap, we'll take questions from Slido. We will also take questions from in the room if you want to indicate. We've got some questions that have come in advance. And so I'm going to start off with one of those. And so I think this one is probably directed to you, Anthony, from Anne-Laure Oberts, and my apologies if the pronunciation there is not right. And the question is simply, when will the cover-ups stop?
Okay, I'm going to remain standing for this one, if I may, and then I will take a seat. So thank you for the question. I hope what you've heard from me this morning as an example of how we are trying to learn from what's happened. We're trying to be open and transparent, particularly when things go wrong, and that we're trying to put processes and systems in place which give people confidence that we're not trying to cover things up, we're not closing ranks as an organisation, that we want to learn from what's happened. Even when I talk to affected families, people recognise that in healthcare sometimes things go wrong. The key to what happens next is crucial. That's what changes culture, that's what changes relationships with the tax-paying public, who should expect their health organisations to do their very best, and when things go wrong, to apologise quickly, to investigate, to acknowledge when mistakes have been made and put actions in place to put them right. Equally, I would say, because much of Donna's work is retrospective, that we are fully engaged with the police in their corporate manslaughter investigation, fully engaged with the NMC and the GMC in the inquiries that they make, and we are trying to promote an open, honest culture inside the organisation. Even this week, we have relaunched our Everyone is Welcome Here campaign, which is designed to promote openness and transparency. If you see our Medilink buses, you'll see on the back of them a poster that demonstrates how open and inclusive we want to be as an organisation. And it's my hope in the time that I'm here that we can leave behind us these feelings that somehow we're closing ranks and we're covering up, because that's the last thing we want to do.
Thanks, Anthony.
Can I ask a directly relevant question following that?
Okay. Hang on a second, can we just get a mic to you, because it's important that colleagues are online.
Candour culture failure resulted in this mess, in my opinion. It's terrible. And I requested very politely last year to Mr. May that he put the Regulation 20 duty of candour very visibly on the internet. He said he'd put it on the intranet. Since then, I've received no communication whatsoever of any actions taken on publicising that the duty of candour is a legal duty on each and every staff member of NUH. So, Mr. May, can I please request that you send me an email, copy to Donna Ockenden, that sets out screenshots of what you've put on the public web pages of NUH, which is for applicants coming to NUH, job applicants, and also what you have put on the staff intranet for NUH, please. And so, sum up, could you please send me an email, copy Donna Ockenden, of what you've done?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think Danielle will pick that point up, but I think there is an assumption that placing something on the internet changes culture that I would not be comfortable with. Danielle, do you want to pick that point up? Can we get a microphone to Danielle? Is our Chief People Officer, so she's here.
I think
Or is it Manjeet? Sorry, I'm medical director. My apologies.
Thank you very much for the question, and it's a really important question. You're absolutely right. Duty of candour is something that is required by all of our staff, both professionally and by our staff at NUH. We do have various ways that we make sure that that happens. So we have a weekly meeting where if there are any concerns that have been raised, incidents, complaints, legal concerns, etc., we track whether duty of candour has happened and all different stages of duty of candour. So that is reported, and we report it in our incident reports as well. So that data is now available, and I know that later on in the year, and I think it is relevant to your question, Don, is that we will be also making that even more clear in our public statement of accountability.
Okay, thanks.
So can I be assured that I will get an email showing screenshots? I'll repeat that. Can I be assured that I'll get an email showing screenshots copied to Donna Ockenden? Thank you.
So I don't think the principle that you change culture by placing something on the internet is one that we accept. We're certainly happy to liaise with you regarding the assurance that you seek regarding the duty of candour, and we will do that. Okay, I've got another question here from Jeff Dawson. Where neglect is obvious and has been highlighted in the maternity review, are the individuals involved still working within the NHS, or are they suspended? And this is a question I myself have heard from families. So who's going to pick this up? Tracy is our chief nurse, and I think.
Hello everybody, my name's Tracy Pilcher, I'm the Chief Nurse at Nottingham University Hospitals. In relation to any cases where there are concerns raised, Donna outlined the process that's part of the independent review, and when individual concerns are raised, she does raise those directly with us as an organisation, and we do make sure that they go through an investigation process. So we have a number of areas that we look at, and we ensure that we have a thorough investigation process from a nursing, midwifery and AHP perspective. I think from Manjeet's perspective, she can outline the process from GMC.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself last time. So I'm Manjeet Sharma, I'm Medical Director at NUH. So similarly, first and foremost, my job is to make sure that our patients are safe and that we produce that we are able to give high quality care. That includes making sure that we support, enable and expect that from all of our colleagues and our staff, and our processes, and certainly the processes of our regulators, which is the GMC for doctors, enables that and supports that and expects that as well. So there are national processes that we follow. So if a concern comes in, my job is to make sure that I take that seriously and that there's a robust investigation, which is what happens, and that follows a national process. It's a very it's a process that is set and standardised, and that's the process that we follow. And I make sure that we keep in contact with the people who have raised any concerns, but importantly as well, we've got to make sure, as well as being open and transparent, that we are fair to those staff, those colleagues that are going through those processes, and we have to make sure that we use the tools and the processes we've got in that kind of just way.
Okay, thank you. Anthony referred, I think, to this next question in some of your comments, but I think it's important we take it. It's a question from Keith Young. What steps are being taken to stop the harm being done by maternity and neonatal services and to restore good quality care to these services? And have staff been spoken to yet about the perception of harmed families as, quote, compo seekers? If so, what was said, what was done, and what was the response?
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to answer that question. So, from a point of view of improving our maternity services, see, as Donna outlined, we are part of the review. We started in 2022, but actually our services were rated inadequate in 2020. So, maternity from a CQC perspective was rated inadequate in 2020, which outlined quite a significant number of concerns. So when we're looking at improving our maternity services, we look at the concerns that were raised through the CQC, and those were things such as duty of candour, our serious incident investigation process, our staffing levels, our triage processes, our one-to-one care in labour, and some of those areas, our ability to monitor and interpret CTG. So all of those things are part of our improvement plan, and we monitor that. We've a newly established perinatal improvement oversight group, and we look and track through the actions we've taken, where we're looking at improving, how we seek assurance both internally, but also then giving assurance to the CQC, to our regulators, including NHS England. There is a NHS England Improvement and Oversight Group, and on a monthly basis, again, we go through those improvements in detail to ensure that we're on track and continue. So that's part of the actual improvement, but there's also underpinning that is that sense of culture and cultural change. So last year, we launched our new values as an organisation. We are very focused on ensuring that we've got the right education, the right training for staff, that we're able to listen to women, that we're able to respond to concerns in a timely way, and also recognising that actually going through our services has significantly harmed families, significantly harmed women, and part of that harm has been caused by us not listening. So part of the improvement is trying to look at different ways that we can listen, but can demonstrate to you that we are listening, we're improving our services, and we're responding effectively. So going back to Keith's question, obviously Anthony in his presentation talked about the email and correspondence, but we are very clear when we're meeting with staff, the feedback we're getting. We're talking about families, women talking about being gaslighted, and we're talking about the way that women experience and families experience our service. And those can be quite challenging conversations at times, but they're also ones where we are working through ensuring that we've got a joint understanding with our teams about how families are and women are experiencing our services.
Okay, thank you. We've got a question over here on my right.
I just want to go back to the question before of obviously staff being suspended pending investigations. Obviously you explained what you'll be doing and what you're doing with regards to anything that Donna brings to you. What you're not explaining is what are you going to do after Donna's review. I'm a beauty therapist, and if I have a complaint put in against me, I'm suspended from working until there's an outcome of an investigation. So it's a yes or no answer. Will you be suspending staff members pending an investigation, or are you just going to continue to let them work regardless of an answer? It's a simple yes or no answer.
Thank you. In terms of do we suspend staff, we do suspend staff, but there is a checklist and a threshold that we work through. So when we're looking at staff, we look at whether they are safe to continue to practice in the area. And also we look at different variations. So I know Manjit will be able to expand on that from a medical perspective, but we look at whether they meet the threshold to be suspended, and we do suspend staff, and I'm sure Daniel will be able to give the specific numbers of staff that's suspended across the organisation going through employment programmes, but also we do have a variation on suspension. So we were looking at whether they are safe to work, the level of supervision, and what type of intervention is appropriate for individual cases.
Thank you. So very similar process for doctors as well, and as I said, follows a national process which is governed by the GMC and NHS England. To answer your question specifically, I can tell you that there are staff currently who have had changes in their practice. We call it restricted practice because, as I said before when I started, my first and foremost concern is the safety of our patients. We do follow a checklist, which again is a checklist that we are expected to follow, and I report on every trust board. I report those numbers of staff who are either suspended or have restricted practice practice or who are currently under some professional investigation.
Okay, thanks. Now I've got 3 questions in the room. I'm going to go to Dr. Hawkins first of all, then the lady at the front here. Sorry, I don't know your name, Kim. And then a lady, I think, at the back there who I can barely see through the lights. But let's do those 3 questions first of all.
It's a two-parter. What you're doing around accountability is so much better than before. It's desperately frustrating because if you're an NHS worker, you can do horrific things and there's little consequence that doesn't apply to the rest of the population, and that's really frustrating for families. The question is, the people who were involved in care previously, where's the accountability and the investigations on them, not just new ones, but the people who harmed us? And the other one just needs a tiny bit of embellishment, I guess. When I was working at Nottingham, when I started, the most junior person would see the sickest people coming through the door. And that's how it was in the 90s. 20 years ago, we flipped that on its head, so the sickest people would see the consultant on arrival who could say, oh my God, you're sick, or something isn't right here, or in fact, you're fine, you can go home. I'm really curious, especially given the extent of the harm and the sheer numbers, how maternity services have got away, and I think this is a cultural question, how have the consultant body not said, damn it, we are taking all the phone calls, we are seeing every person who comes in through the front doors first?
Okay, thanks. The accountability bit will go to Anthony, and the consultants element would go to Manjeet.
I'm going to stand up because you can't see me properly if I sit there. So there is an ongoing police investigation into corporate manslaughter. That will not distinguish between current members of staff and previous members of staff. So if colleagues are invited to contribute to that, whether they work at the trust or not, that of course will be a matter for the police to determine, but we have a process in place to make sure that that's done properly and that we support the police. If the police choose to open individual investigations, then equally they won't distinguish between current employees and previous employees, and we will work with the police to make sure they get access to any information they might need to gather evidence. We are also working with the GMC and the NMC, and the cases that they are considering can be past and present employees, and we don't distinguish between the two. And equally, if something is raised with us and it's about a past employee, then there are facilities in the various processes that we use for professional cohorts, whether it's a member of our facilities team or a consultant that we would use. So hopefully that gives you some reassurance that we don't distinguish between people who work at the trust now and used to work at the trust. But of course, you know from conversations that we have had, there are limits to what we can do as an employer for people that are no longer employed by us. The question about triage, access to consultants at the front door, I'm sure Manjeet can offer a view on that.
Other services, so surgery, acute medicine, the emergency department. Thank you. All those services where people come in needing urgent care, and I would suggest that I would suggest that maternity is the same. Is something going wrong here? Is there any need to intervene? Those services, surgery, medicine, ED, and I suspect others that I don't know. Oh, trauma. Have we got the trauma lead here? No. Shame, because they would not, well, I know, they can't believe that it's not happening already in obstetrics or in maternity.
Okay, so Jack, we have implemented in Nottingham and have the data to show whether or not it's being followed, a triage process called BSOTS. this is a maternity triage process that is embedded in evidence. Not all units across the country have it, but we do have it, and actually our performance is very good. And it's very similar to a lot of the triage processes you would see in places like ED, whereby when you come in, you go through triage, and according to your symptoms and how sick you are, it will then determine how quickly you need to be seen, so the urgency of your sickness, but also the level of person that you need to be seen by. We've done a lot of work in obstetrics around the rotas to make sure that we do have more senior people to be able to respond to the sickest patients, but actually more senior people to support the doctors who don't have as much experience as well. So, for example, there are additional consultants now in areas where you may not see in some other specialities. So, for example, on ward areas, there are consultants who do the ward rounds, and that includes out of hours as well, including over the weekend. One of the things that has limited that is, as Anthony has spoken about before, is that we haven't had enough consultants. And so that's something that's now being addressed. So not only have we recruited more consultants, but we've also putting together cases for even more consultants, because the ones that we have got at the moment just can't be everywhere. And as you say, we do need to make sure that we do have very senior decision makers to be able to support not only the sickest women, but also to support the other colleagues.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to the lady at the front, Kim, isn't it?
Thank you. I wanted just to follow on from your statement, Tracy. You mentioned in what you were doing in terms of improvement, at least 2 established improvement groups. What were those names again? So we have our Perinatal Improvement and Oversight Group, and then NHS England with the ICB jointly chair what we call the NHS England, it's called IOG.
And they're internal within NUH?
No, the IOG is an external assurance group. POG is an internal, which then reports through to our trust board.
Right. It's just when I got my data stuff from the hospital, trying to find out what had happened to my son, and within my care there were many kind of groups mentioned within the meeting minutes and stuff, and it felt like a lot of stuff is being handed to these groups. Then when I met Anthony about it and asked, by the time it got back to answering who are these people, most of them have been disbanded. There's no minutes to be sourced or found, so it's just a bit, it's all very well and good having improvement groups and task forces set up to tackle stuff, but it feels sometimes like it's shoving stuff over there and shoving stuff over there. Like, is there some way that you can make sure that we know who these groups are, who are on them? Because if you're giving really important jobs to groups of people within a hospital who a lot of people don't trust anyway, and then these magical minutes are unfindable, it's just another layer of having to dig and dig and dig to get any kind of information and answers. And also, then that stuff's not really getting discussed in the major board meetings. It's like, oh well, it's been dealt with, so the leadership team don't need to deal with it, and therefore it's not made public. So it just feels like another shady kind of thing, to be honest. You can answer stuff on that, but while I'm here, like, one of my major concerns and questions is how have NUH managed to secure the backing, the funding and the staffing to open one of the country's largest neonatal and fetal medicine units when you're doing a shocking job with fairly, okay, give credit where it's due, you're making some improvements, but you're one of the most failing maternity units in the country. And I just don't understand where you've got the staff, where the funding's come from, who said, tell you what, NUH would be great at that, when there's 2,500, 3,000 of us with mutilated bodies and dead babies. I don't know how that's happened. And that's not a rhetorical question. question. If you...
Yeah, that's...
Let's take first of all the question about process and access to minutes and things, and then Anthony, will you pick up the...
I think between Tracy and I we can do that.
Okay.
So to start with, I recognise NHS governance can look really complex, and we have been working on how we simplify that. So the Perinatal Improvement and Oversight Group is chaired by myself as an exec responsible, and Manjeet and myself is the deputy chair. So it reports to QAC and to board. It's minuted, actions are documented, and it runs on a monthly basis. Very happy to provide you with the kind of governance structure from maternity. And I think you're absolutely right in terms of saying, you know, the documentation, making sure we've got minutes, actions, they're tracked, and we report them to board, and we're held to account by the board. The maternity service still provide a monthly perinatal surveillance report to board. It's very detailed. It's in our public trust board papers for the public, for everyone to see. It is quite complex, so again, if there are specific areas within that we need to spend a bit more time going through. I know nationally there is a recognition that the number of recommendations made to maternity services have made some of this reporting very complex, and there is work going on to try and see how we can simplify some of that to make it really clear where we're focused on improvement, what areas we need to ensure are being reported to the board and we're being held to account for by the trust board.
Okay. Shall I pick up the point about the neonatal expansion, and then we'll come back to your question. So for people who don't know, the expanded neonatal unit at QMC is a regional neonatal unit, and it deals with intensive care, so very unwell babies. That has been decades in the planning, certainly predates me, and I'll ask Tracy and Manjeet to talk about the clinical and quality thresholds we have to meet before we're allowed to open such a unit. The capital comes directly from NHS England, so from the government, and in order to open a unit like that, we have to meet certain very stringent service specifications and quality measures, which we do. As far as the staffing is concerned, in the original business case, which wrapped the capital, more than £30 million worth of refurbishment, along with the revenue, we had to set out the staffing that we would need to run an expanded unit. I think we added 17 or 18 new cots to the unit. And then when we opened the unit, or prior to opening the unit, we went through a recruitment process to make sure all those staff were in place and ready and trained for when we opened it. And we didn't open all the beds from day one. We gradually filled the beds up over a period of months and made sure that the staff were recruited, trained and supported and able to do that. And in the unit, and you're very welcome to come and have a look, if our families would like to come and look at anything that we do, and I know that you find that very difficult, but seeing is believing with this stuff. We have also got facilities on site where people can train and learn, and our clinicians also helped develop some of the kit and equipment so that it's state-of-the-art and designed around their needs. And we've also set aside spaces for families so that they can stay or they can play with their children, and we've set aside spaces and we've demarked the individual bays so that families can control things like the lighting, they can have private conversations with their clinicians. So we've tried really hard to reflect the feedback that we've had from families over the years, and we have tried really hard and have met the quality and service specification thresholds. If it helps, I'm sure that Manjeet and Tracy can also talk about the way that we evaluate and monitor quality and progress on an ongoing basis to give you an assurance that we're doing this properly, because I understand completely the point that you're making. If there's a lack of trust and confidence in the organisation, how can we demonstrate that we can expand a unit like that and do it properly?
Yeah, have the staff been seconded from your own maternity services already, therefore leaving the existing maternity services even less staffed? Like, I just don't understand when it's always said, oh, it's staffing, and we know it's not just staffing. So where are these staff appearing from? Yep. Who's doing the training? Because we know that there's a few, like, cases of tyranny within the, upper, higher echelons of specialists within the hospital. So I just don't, okay. I get what you're saying, yep. The words, but in reality, yep. How is it happening?
Okay.
So when we started the neonatal expansion process, so we used the British Association of Perinatal Medicine standards, so BAPM, we could describe, those are standards. The workforce is different to the maternity service. So in neonatal services, primarily, they are nurses rather than midwives that go to work in neonatal intensive care. So they're not necessarily midwives. You can be a midwife, but primarily it's nurses. And then they do what we call a qualified in specialty programme, which is a 6 to 9 month programme. So there's a very focused supernumerary period, there's very focused supervision, and then at about a year, they will go on to do what we call a qualified in specialty programme, which again has very focused competencies and skills. We're measured on the number of qualified in specialty staff we have as a percentage of our total staff. And again, the BAPM standards describe that. From a neonatal consultant perspective, again, they are a different workforce to obstetricians and usually come from either a paediatric background or a specialist neonatology. So they've gone through what we call their specialty training programs to move from resident doctors through to a specialty training program to a consultant, and that takes 8 to 10 years to go through those pathways. So I think there is something around they are a different workforce, and as I say, when we first looked at expanding, we are now got nearly 200 whole-time equivalent nurses working, and we're going on an ongoing programme in terms of making sure they've got the right skills, the right knowledge and the key competencies.
Has that sort of answered your question a little bit? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, that's cleared up some
okay.
items.
So just going back to the kind of why are we doing that question, we know, because we've got the data, that when we have very sick babies, and particularly babies who are born too early, when they have to be transferred out to a different unit, the chances of their survival or the chances of them not ending up with long-term health issues is massively increased if they have to be transferred out of the unit that they're born. And so we didn't have enough beds for the region, and our babies were being transferred all over the country. And we knew that one of the ways that we could reduce that harm was for the region, we had to expand our intensive care cot facility. And so that was again rooted in quite a lot of work and analysis and data. And that data was the data that was utilised to enable NHS England to be convinced that this region needed that. And in fact, as a region, we were way behind other regions in that resource. So we needed to catch up to be able to provide those facilities that other regions already had.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Can I, sorry, just make one point, that we wouldn't have that many babies that need intensive care if the hospital stopped harming them and harming their mothers. That's a fact. And secondly, neonatal and paediatrics at NUH are just as complicit as maternity with ongoing harm to babies, children and families in this city. So.
Okay, Manjit, you're going to come back on that, and then we're going to move on to the question at the back, actually, from some time ago.
So you are absolutely right that all of those specialities are intricately related, because, as you say, you know, it's a whole pathway. We look after the mother who is pregnant, we look after the baby who is born and we look after the child afterwards. And so the improvement programme and the group that Tracy talked about, PIOG, is the perinatal improvement group, and it recognises the whole of that journey. So the improvements are very much multidisciplinary, looking at all of those groups together. I think the point that Tracy was making in respect of your question was around which are the different staffing groups, and the staffing groups come from different professional areas.
Okay, we're going to move on. We've got 3 or 4 questions at least here. I want to make one point, actually, which is one of the biggest risks this trust faces is insufficiency of capital. We have the highest backlog maintenance of any trust outside of London in the country. And so whilst absolutely accepting the need to demonstrate we can safely provide services, it is not in the interest of the people we serve to fail to get capital. His Majesty's government, I get in trouble for this, throughout the notion, the mythology of the new hospital programme that had been around for years. We're still really waiting to get sufficient capital into the organisation. It is one of the biggest risks that the Trust faces, and so that's one of the reasons why, content about safety, we sought to get that capital in, and we're constantly looking for more capital. Lady at the back, sorry to keep you waiting a long time.
That's okay. We were talking about changing culture and practice for the frontline staff. Can you tell me a bit about what that delivery looks like? What does the training look like for staff? How do they engage in it? How do you make sure people are engaging in it and it's actually influencing their day-to-day practice?
Thank you. So the cultural programme works on a number of different areas. So it's looking at ensuring that we're embedding safe practice. So how do we ensure that we've got the right standards, education, training, but also where we focus on things like civility, how we talk to each other. We know when we look at patient safety incidences that people need to be able to feel safe to raise concerns, to work in an environment where they know that they have sufficient staffing numbers, that sufficient education and training. And we also have employed some clinical psychologists to work within the service and ensure that we're focused on how we give psychological safety to staff, how we make sure that when they raise concerns that we respond appropriately to them and that we use that as a learning opportunity. So that's, you know, the values that we launched last year about being kind. There's a whole set of behaviours that we then describe. What does being kind mean? What does being compassionate mean? When we're saying we're being inclusive and we're one team, what are the behaviours? And they are also embedded in things such as our appraisal process, how we set objectives for staff, how we monitor. We have got what we call a kind of cultural tool that's being developed that looks at how we measure culture, because it's a very difficult area to measure, because sometimes when you're measuring culture, actually what you're measuring is burnout on staff and their inability sometimes to see where they're behaving in a way that's not consistent with our values and our behaviours. So that's about how the multi-professional team work together, how we give feedback to one another, how we make sure that we're constantly focused on improving the services that we're providing.
So, sorry, is that Teams? Is it e-learning? How is that delivered? How are you making sure that people are actually engaging in that and not just clicking through the slides and then getting the certificate at the end? Yeah,
it's a face-to-face programme. So again, when you're trying to look at changing cultures, you have to be in the room together. You have to have the ability to challenge one another and also give feedback directly. So the programmes around improving culture and improving leadership of services are face-to-face, and they're very much about how the team works together through that multi-professional team. We do a lot of work in maternity around multi-professional training. So we've got our prompt training, which looks at a number of scenarios and ensures that the staff, the team have the right skills, the right knowledge, and then you debrief at the end of that to give each other feedback about how you've performed in that specific area.
Can we just move on, because I've got 3 other people waiting here. So Manjeet, do you want to finish the answer here?
I'll just quickly add on to that as well, because I think one of the things that we absolutely recognise is that our patients, you don't always feel cared for, and that's part of the cultural shift that we need to make sure that we're not coming across as though we care about you and we're not listening to you. And so as part of that, we are also looking at how can we support our staff to make sure that they communicate that caring better, because sometimes we use language that is just not helpful to you. And I think there is a mismatch there in that communication, and I think that's where quite a lot of that frustration comes about. So that again is going to be face-to-face, intensive training. We are going to be piloting a different way of training clinicians in maternity here at NUH, well, maternity and neonates here in NUH as well, to see if that will help actually to make sure that we're able to meet the needs of people who come to us when they're at a time of need.
Okay, we're moving to the last 10 minutes. I'm going to go to Felicity first of all, and then I've got the lady in the white sock next to Dr. Hawkins and Sarah, and then the lady in the white jacket next to you, and then come to the front row to finish off.
Hi, Anthony Nick. You've had lots of meetings with us as families, and I think it's safe to say that one of, if not the main thing that us families want is accountability. It comes up time and time again. So this is less of a question and more of a request. I would love it if next year there's a slide about accountability. So we actually get some facts and figures, because we need to know that things are being done to hold people to account. And it's not a case of pitchforks or anything like that. It's a case of, if someone does something that's seriously wrong, they are held accountable for that. So figures on how many you have referred to the GMC in the last year, the year before that, the NMC, how many doctors have been suspended, how many doctors have had retraining because they've made a mistake, but then they have learnt from that and they've had retraining and now they're doing that compliantly. These are really important things that I think we need actual facts and figures and data about. Can that be a possible thing that we have some of that, please? Because I think we as families need to know that people are being held accountable.
Yeah, thank you very much, Felicity. So there are clinicians in the room, and I'm sure they would want to express to you that they understand the need for accountability, because in the end, of course, accountability does two things. It accounts to the tax-paying public for their public services. You have a right for those to be delivered to a high standard. And secondly, if it's done properly, especially if we do it in a way which is just and restorative, which I think is what you're asking for, it also helps us improve practice. I'll get to the request in a moment, but one of the things that we're about to do, I've had a brief conversation with Jack and Sarah, and I'll be picking it up with them next week about how we can engage the broader affected family groups, is we developed what we call a statement of public accountability. It's not directly associated with maternity services, but it is about how the largest public institution in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire accounts for itself and how others hold it to account and what should happen if something goes wrong. So we'll consult you on that. We expect to publish that in January. Jack is gathering volunteers to come to the board. I think you might have said that you'll come along, which is great, in November, where we can talk about the statement and we can talk about how we could work with you on accountability to make sure that we provide you what you need by way of encouragement and reassurance without identifying individual practitioners. And we would like to extend that conversation into an understanding of that concept of just and restorative culture, so that you can see that there are many ways that we can help colleagues improve, retrain, get better when they make the mistakes. So we're very happy to keep that conversation going with you. One of the things I was trying to get at in my remarks is it'd be even better if we could bring the concerns and the perceptions and the experiences of families together with our colleagues and what they want from the service and what their understanding of accountability is. That's going to be particularly important as we move towards the publication of Donna's report and as the police investigation goes forward.
Okay, let's move on. Lady in white.
It's okay about this new maternity service. What happened in 2013 when I had 17 consultants in my room and couldn't get my son out?
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that, and I don't know your case, but I am very sorry. So if your case is in Donna's review, then there will be a proper, thorough, independent review using the rubric and criteria that Donna put on her slide earlier. If your case has been referred to one of our regulatory or professional bodies, and I hope that's being dealt with in accordance with their processes. If it is in any way associated with the police investigation, then we will make sure that we cooperate and engage with the police in any of that. So there are processes in which any concerns that you've got about your experience ought to be picked up, but chiefly that should be through the review that Donna's team is undertaking of your
Donna's been
circumstances.
fantastic. I just wanted to know why there were 17 consultants and they still couldn't decide. My son was 5 weeks early. Luckily, I've still got him, but he's got problems.
So what I hope is that when Donna's completed her review of your case, as she put on her slide, you're given some feedback that might help you understand that, and we would happily engage with Donna in that process as well, if that would help you.
Thank you.
Could you pass the mic to the lady in the white jacket in front of you?
Sorry, there's two parts to this. You talk about learning from serious instances, but you as a trust are not completing serious instances in line with national guidance. That's fact. So how can you be learning from that? Finally, you've talked about the learning and the education and training. How, in the slide that you've shown earlier, do you think you can deliver all the training required to a newly qualified midwife and make them a band 6 in 12 months? That's just incomprehensible. I would question whether the Royal College of Midwives would actually advocate that that is a suitable time frame, given that they need preceptorship to be able to work as independent practitioners.
Okay, thanks. I think we'd have Manjeet and then Tracy.
Thank you. So I'll answer the question about the serious incidents. It's true that in the past we were not doing serious...
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. It's not in the past, it's current.
Okay, I'm just... I will come to it, I promise. So I just want to acknowledge that it's true that we were taking far too long doing serious incidents, and there was a time in the past where we were not following the national guidance around serious incidents. I can tell you that currently within maternity we have 4 outstanding serious incidents, and all of those will be completed by the end of this month. We track them on a weekly basis. I personally track them on a weekly basis.
Then you are failing in your job, because you're signing off serious incidences that are incomplete, inaccurate, and at points fraudulent.
And if that is a concern that you have about anyone in particular, then obviously we can take that and take any questions about any of those outside of here, because that is a very, very concerning point that you make. And obviously what we do need to make sure is that we are addressing the points in serious incidents. In terms of learning, the learning from the serious incidents do go into the improvement programme. We've now transitioned over to a different mechanism of investigating, which is PSERF, and so that's now been those sorts of incidents now have been replaced by a different type of investigation called PSIIs. And again,
the Patient Safety Incident Response Framework you are still not following as a trust.
So we have got some data around the learning that we've had from patient response incident framework, and some of the learning that comes from that. We are on a journey along that because, as you know, the NHS transitioned over to that only just over kind of a year to 18 months ago. So you're right in terms of where we've got to a certain point. There are some examples of learning, and I'm sure that we could share some of those examples.
So let's suggest that after this meeting, we have that discussion. The allegation of fraud is a very serious one, and Manjeet takes that extremely seriously. So let's pick that outside of the meeting and exchange the data and involve Donna as well in that discussion. That would be appreciated.
Okay, so just to address the issue around a midwife becoming a band 6 within 12 to 13 months, there is a different framework in place for midwives versus Agenda for Change. So the transition to a band 6 is an expectation once they've met the competencies of becoming a newly qualified midwife. So there is a different process. So normally midwives are band 6s within 6 to 12 months of qualifying, because their requirements around practice, around independent practice, is different to newly qualified nursing. So that's why the period of time, but there is a very stringent process, and the competencies are rigorously assessed to ensure that they are able to function at that level.
Okay, so it's past. We're going to take 2 more questions from family members at the front here and then towards the back, and then we will conclude.
Thank you very much. This might be a question for Donna, Anthony, or in fact anyone in the room. We all know people that go through the pregnancy journey. It's a shared journey. It's mothers and it's fathers. Yeah. Fathers are significantly impacted by avoidable negligent harm. Myself, my daughter died in 2019. And there's a new scandal I think you need to be aware of. And I think the reason why I bring this up today, so it's what I'm calling a right to recover. So the law no longer recognises me as a victim of what's happened to our family, which has been well documented in the press. You know, my life's all on there about what happened to my daughter, but the law no longer recognises me as a victim. And we know, you know, colleagues of yours or, you know, your friends or your family who could have an experience like mine, their lives change forever. You lose your career, your self-worth, your financial ruin, and this country doesn't recognise you now as being equally damaged by that. Mm. And I think, Anthony, you mentioned earlier about trauma-informed practice, where, you know, families give you their stories. I mean, our Winter died in 2019, and for the most part, we would love to have come to you to say, look, what do you want to learn from us? But your legal teams are using that as ammunition against families, including, you know, saying, well, you've met with Wes Streeting, you know, it means that you're more capable, so you're not damaged. So you need to know that that's a barrier why people aren't knocking on your door to say, okay, how can we help you? It's because we don't trust what's being used against us.
Okay.
But yeah, but basically it's just, do you agree that, you know, fathers and there's certain groups of mothers as well have the right to recover?
So let's go to Donna for the first part, then Anthony, if you could pick up the legal points. And there's a question online as well that's quite well.
Sorry, just on the legal points as well, I think we need to remember what Wes Streeting said in his recent announcement, that we need to do right for families and not hide behind this, you know, do not admit liability. Thank you.
Gary, as you know, and many of the fathers in the room, I've met thousands of families, thousands, I think, as well, of fathers, and we've been at a number of meetings with Secretary of State Wes Streeting. The term that had been used to describe fathers who are not currently supported to recover was secondary victims, and Secretary of State was really clear. He said, you're not secondary victims, you are victims. So I think he heard very clearly, and actually I think he agreed with you. I think the sense I got in the discussions is that he absolutely agrees with you, and he's going to do whatever he can to ensure that your right to recover as best you can will absolutely be supported. That was the strong message I picked up, Gary. Would you agree?
I agree, yeah. It was just on, you know, the legal teams, unfortunately, someone recently described it as being, as compounding the harm as if it was as real as the harm happening. You know, I think we need to get away from this, don't admit liability. In actual fact, let's do right for families. Let's allow fathers to rebuild their resilience to support their own families.
So I've got some first-hand experience of this from talking to some families in the room. Most recently, when we met at the end of July, one of those examples that you've just given was told to me. We've got our new head of legal services in the room today, and I've asked for clarification about this matter. You know that NHS resolutions manage these matters on our behalf. We don't instruct them, but I've asked Jennifer to help me understand what has been happening in respect of those issues and whether we are as you say, somehow compounding harm by the way that legal processes work. And I will come back to the father in the room that raised that with me when I've got more information from Jennifer, and I'm sure Jennifer and I will be happy to meet with them. I completely recognise the impact on the whole family. Having lived with this now for 3 years, I can see that. Anything that we can do to recognise that, we would want to do. And I know Jennifer to be a compassionate person, and she will work with our lawyers and NHS Resolutions to make sure that our processes are equally compassionate and understanding of the points that you've made.
Okay, let's go to the last question.
Hi, Anthony. Yeah, I'm sure you're, as ever, engaged with further scrutiny. So I think this one's about culture, I guess, and continued or further cover-up. You're aware of our case on a daughter Ladybird and your media output that's probably gone out this last year. And obviously, from where we see, the reckless solo decision made by one of your consultants with regarding the wrongful ending of our daughter's life through medical termination. She was wrongly diagnosed. Now, on that level, on your media output, you're aware, senior leaders of NHS England are aware, Charlie Massey, GMC is aware, the police are aware, government ministers, health ministers are fully aware, yeah, Donna's aware, and you've been briefed around this, but yet your media output in relation to our daughter states that effectively you've gone to old NUH and you've circled the wagons and said there's nothing to see here. A spokesperson. Can we have that spokesperson's name, and do you align yourself to that spokesperson's comments, given everything I've just said and that you're aware of, because this smacks of old NUH, gaslighting, etc., etc.
So I'm really sorry to hear that. So I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. I don't know the spokesperson. I don't know how that was published. I'd need to look into it. I hope in my dealings with you that I've shown you understanding and empathy, and if we are describing your circumstances in a way which is not empathetic or understanding of the trauma that you've suffered and the loss that you've suffered, then we would want to do better. So I'm really sorry to hear it. I will look at what we said and how that came about. Perhaps when you and I have a further conversation about the other matter that you've raised with me, we can return to it.
Yeah, clearly I'd like to understand, like I say, who that spokesperson is, and critically whether you align yourself to that position or what measures you're going to take from that. If you don't agree with it, then are you going to publicly acknowledge that?
Yep. So can I take a look at it next time we speak?
Absolutely.
Can we talk it through and go from there, please?
Absolutely.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
I have one quick point about secondary victim, please. So, obviously, Gary brought up about secondary victims, and obviously Dave falls into that scenario as well. It isn't just dads that are being classed as secondary victims. Myself as a mum, who spent that whole 9 months being pregnant, giving birth to what they told me was a healthy baby that I took home and died in my living room in front of my 4 other children, is put as a secondary victim. So what I went through, having to resuscitate my son and my 4 children standing on watching, who have had to live this journey with us, they're disregarded completely from any claim, anything. Their lives don't matter. I have a 15-year-old that would rather have a hysterectomy than have a child because of what we've been through. And me as a mum is put as a secondary victim. And I'm being told by your legal team that all I can claim for is Cooper's estate, which is nothing. I don't want it. I want acknowledgement for what I was put through, what my husband was put through, and what my children have been put through. And that needs to change.
I agree.
Thank you. So you were good enough, Natalie and Dave, to invite Tracy and I into your home to talk about this in December last year. And it was a profoundly emotional and affecting conversation with you. And I know how this has affected you, particularly this issue about secondary victims. for the sake of clarity, that falls out of a Supreme Court ruling, which we had no part of. And I think what I've heard today from Donna, and Donna and I had a brief chat about this before we started the session, is that you have had, at least some of you have had the chance to express your views to the Secretary of State about this issue of secondary victim status. You can't go any higher than that other than to the courts. So I'm pleased that you have. We will do anything in line with the law, and we have to comply with the law. But what I hope we also do is demonstrate compassion and understanding. And if the Secretary of State or anybody else wants to come and speak to me about the impact that that ruling is having on families, I'd be very happy to talk to them.
This court ruling. You've got to remember Cooper died.
Yes.
Cooper died in 2019. So that court ruling wasn't done in 2019.
No.
Your solicitors have always dug their heels in for me, for Dave, and for my children. And the first thing they wrote back to us when we went down the legal route was, we will not accept your children or your husband in this claim. Then the second letter was, we will not accept you, we will only accept your son. So that was before the court ruling. They are very set in their minds and their ways of how they want to deal with it. And that needs to change, because they need to understand, if they was in that situation, would they feel the same? And would they understand, from a family's point of view, how distressing that is, that the whole family are not taken into consideration?
Thank you. So Jennifer, our new head of legal, has been here to hear this morning, Natalie. So thank you very much for those reflections. I do appreciate them.
Okay, we're going to finish there. I'm going to take Chairman's prerogative and say we'll start the next session at 5:02, because I don't want people to feel chased out. So at 5:02 we'll start the next session. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Okay, colleagues, can we make a start? If you're just joining us now for the annual general meeting and weren't here for the first part, and a special welcome to you. During this session, we will be using Slido, so if you haven't got Slido, perhaps we could put up the image of Slido so you can lock on that for Q&As a little bit later on. But I'm going to say no more other than to hand you over to Tim Geiler, our Director of Strategy and Integration, who's going to talk about our new organisational strategy. Tim.
Thank you very much, Nick, and good afternoon, everybody. Really warm welcome to all of you here. Thank you very much for joining what I hope is a useful interactive conversation where you can give us your thoughts as we start to develop our new strategy, and a really warm welcome also to the over 250 people we've got online joining us as well. You're all hugely welcome, and we really look forward to having your input. In terms of this session, hopefully you're already aware it's going to be an interactive session through a digital device. So hopefully you'll have your own. If so, please set it to silent, connect to the internet, and connect into Slido through the information that we'll put up in a second. If you have any problems with that, or if you don't have a device and you'd like to join in, please raise your hand. We've got members of the team with devices who can come and sit with you and make sure that you can contribute in that way. And for colleagues online, obviously, please do join through the Slido details as well, and we'll be able to see your input into the session as well. So, the session that we're about to embark on is about helping us hear from you, your thoughts as we start to develop our strategy. I'll talk a bit about where we're at with our strategy in terms of what we've delivered so far, what the refresh is about, and what we're planning to do going forwards, and as part of that, how your voice is going to fit into it. If you have your digital device ready, and you're not already connected into Slido, then the details are there on the screen. You can either scan the QR code, or alternatively you can visit this www.slido.com, and then there is a hashtag and a number that you can join in the participant box. So whichever of those ways is easiest for you, preferable for you, please do join. I'll just pause for a minute while hopefully everybody who wants to engage can get themselves set up to do so. As I say, if you need any help, please pop a hand up, or if you don't have a device and you would like to have one for this session, pop your hand up and we will come and make sure that you can engage. Right, I'm going to move on. If anybody hasn't quite logged in, have any problems, as I say, do pop your hand up and somebody will come and help you. It'll be a little time before we ask you to actually start inputting the first bit, so we will have the time to make sure you are up and running by the time we ask for your input. So today is about a conversation and getting your input into how we are shaping our future together. Our current People First strategy runs until March 2026. That has been the programme of work that's been driving our focus and our activity. And obviously, given that that runs out in 2026, we're starting now the work to ask what happens afterwards. We're doing this within significant change within the NHS as well. So we'll talk a bit about the national context and the local context that we are developing our strategy within. But the most important thing for me and for us as an organisation within this is we can't and we don't want to do this on our own. Your experiences, your inputs, your thoughts, your ideas are all critical to help us with our thinking. So whether you're a member of staff, a patient, a family member, a partner of our organisation or a member of the public, all of you have unique individual views which are really, really welcome. And this is one activity within a whole suite of activities we've got over a 2-month period to try and encourage and enable as many people as possible to feed their views in. Before we get into talking about the what next, I just wanted to take a few minutes to reflect on People First, because I'm conscious that not everybody has been on the journey together and may not know what it is about. So People First is our strategy as an organisation. It outlines what we're about, why we're here, what we're wanting to achieve, and how we're trying to go about it. And it asks the question, what is our core purpose as an organisation of being here? And our purpose, in terms of being a specialised acute teaching hospital, It's about providing high quality care. It's about educating and developing staff for now and for the future. And it's about advancing practice through research, innovation, quality improvement. We do that to achieve our vision. And our vision is to be outstanding in health outcomes and in patient and staff experience. That's what our current vision is, and it's what our vision remains. And our strategy is the plan through which we will make further roads to achieving that. And all of this is underpinned by our values, which we've talked about. I'm not going to take questions as we go along, because otherwise we won't have time to go through, but everybody will have the time to input. But thank you for flagging that. In terms of our journey so far, People First was first launched back in 2023. So when Anthony joined as a Chief Executive, he spent his first 100 days deeply immersed in the organisation, working with and alongside colleagues, speaking to colleagues, listening to colleagues, and got input from over 4,000 people who he spent time with to ask the question, what's it like working here and what do we need to change? Out of that, we had the first iteration of People First, which flagged there were 3 primary areas that we needed to focus on to advance our ambitions as an organisation. One was about improving flow, one was about improving culture and leadership, and one which was about improving our recruitment and retention. So our initial work for the first year focused on those 3 parts and asking what are the strategies that sit underneath that which we need to work up and say these are the pieces of work we're going to do. And out of that emerged pieces of work such as a strategy on specialised services, a strategy on urgent and emergency care, a strategy on planned care, and supporting strategies around digital and our estate, and in terms of innovation and communications and engagement. So lots of pieces of work, all focused on moving those areas forward. At the end of that first year, we stood back and said, how are we doing? And is there anything key that we're missing? And we recognised there were 2 additional components that we needed to add. One which was around quality patient care and being more explicit about the quality goals of the organisation. The other was about financial sustainability and about the financial duties of the organisation. And those 5 elements are what then carried through People First over these 3 years as we move towards the conclusion of the current version in 2026. And we stand here today looking forwards with the 10-year national plan from the NHS having been published, asking ourselves, what's next? So within each of those 5 areas that I've mentioned, we've had a statement with what we mean, and we've had pieces of work underpinning them. And we've made some progress. So if we take the first area, quality patient care, that's about us committing that we'll work together to deliver high quality care for our patients, families, carers and communities. That's the goal that we're working towards. And over these 3 years, we've made some significant strides towards that, although in all of these areas we have more to do. We heard earlier about the new neonatal intensive care unit opened in December 24. We've opened a new mobility centre, children's annex, in March 25, which is a purpose-built facility with gym and outdoor terrain to support young wheelchair users and amputees. We've opened a patient experience hub, which gives a dedicated area where we can try and do a better job meeting with, listening to, and working with patients and families to resolve any concerns that they have. And we have measures, and I've only put one as an example within here, of where we have seen improvements along the way. So progress, but more to do. What I've just pulled out of here are a couple of snippets, just in case you're not aware of some of the types of work that have been going on, to give you an idea of the kind of things that we've been focusing on and the kind of things that we've been progressing. In terms of patient flow, our goal is to ensure that patients consistently receive timely care and there's no unavoidable delays. And there have been a number of things that we've done to try and support that goal. So in February 2023, we opened our Jubilee unit, a new modular 20-bed surgical ward at City Hospital for colorectal and HPB at planned care, which is helping us reduce waiting times and support recovery in better facilities. In February 23 and March 24, in a 2-stage part, we've opened the Robin Hood suite, which are 3 state-of-the-art modular operating theatres, including robotic capabilities, robot operating, and enhanced post-operative care as well. So faster, high-dependency post-operative care to support faster access for patients and reduce waiting time. We've opened our Leangate building in October 23, which is an £8 million refurbishment housing physiotherapy, orthotics, outpatient services and virtual consultational rooms, a gym, an orthotic walkway and quiet outside areas, so improving accessibility and integrating our services more. And over our winter periods, we've worked really hard to make sure we're retaining planned surgery alongside the very significant operational pressures that come and urgent pressures that come during winter. And having done that over the last 2 years, that's enabled us to make really good progress in reducing the longest waits for planned care. So we've reduced down from nearly 400 cases to a handful of over 65-week waits, including eradicating any waiting over 65 weeks for hip and knee surgery. Good progress, more to do. We focused on recruitment and retention, both from a process perspective and reducing the amount of time it takes to enable new colleagues to join the organisation. We've reduced the amount of agency staff that we have. And that's good from two sides of things. Firstly, it means that more of our staff who are providing care to you and your loved ones are substantive members of staff, people who are employed fully by NUH, are part of Team NUH, and are regularly being part of those teams. And equally, it means we're spending our money better because it's lower cost than the very high agency costs that sometimes can be incurred. We've looked to use technology and different tools to schedule differently, such as our medical e-rostering. And we've looked at different routes for people to join the organisation. So, for example, through apprenticeship routes, which supports different people into different roles. And as a result of this, our retention as an organisation has improved. And also we have the privilege of celebrating with many of our staff long service awards, some people who have been here over many, many years, 30, 40, 50 years. So in 2024, we celebrated with over 80 colleagues who totalled over 1,300 years of service at NUH between them. We're very fortunate for some people, this is their entire life choice of a career, and we're really, really grateful to them. Our focus on culture and leadership is around creating a culture where staff feel safe, supported and included, and where individual differences and varieties are valued, and where they have equal access to the same opportunities. We've talked a few times about the values work that's been done already, and that's been built with the involvement of lots of staff, and it drives us in practice. And alongside that, we have celebrations of values in practice, which are the members of our staff who are really showing those values. Let's recognise and we will celebrate them. We also have other internal awards to recognise the contributions of staff, and indeed many of our staff have also won external awards, so external recognition of the excellence that we have across our staff. We have a number of networks which have been launched, which support staff across the organisation, and we have a staff wellbeing scheme which is nationally recognised as well, all in trying to support our staff to feel supported as part of our culture and leadership journey. In relation to financial sustainability, we've developed a financial handbook which seeks to identify all the best practice ways of running our finances. We're custodians of our money, public money, taxation money, and it's our duty to make sure we're spending that as effectively as possible. So we've rolled out a handbook to help all our members of staff, particularly those budget holders, understand the most effective ways of having robust financial processes. And over the previous year, we made very significant progress in terms of saving over £90 million, which is the most the organisation has ever done. And we are, in this year, building on that with a transformation programme made up of people sustainability, made up of corporate optimisation, made up of digital focus, and made up of clinical care optimisation as well. And that's our current transformation programme, which is driving our current work. So I just wanted to touch a little bit there on some of the work that we've done to date, where People First has come from, and what we're building on, because we don't start from nothing with this. And this is where I'd like you, please, to arm yourselves with your devices to ask the first question of you. Please build on either what I've said, or, most importantly, from your own unique experiences as well, whatever experience that may be. The first question I'd like to ask of you is, what do you value most about NUH? I'm hoping by the magic of technology, both for all of you in the room filling this in and for anybody online, we'll start to see what kind of comments colleagues are providing. And all of this information, all of your voices will be taken out of date and added in to those of all of the other people we're engaging with to help us inform what our plans will look like going forward. Thank you. I don't want to lose your voice, so if I perhaps ask one of my colleagues to come and sit with you, because we can then make sure it's captured and put in for all of the questions, sir, if that's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Rebecca. I'll give one more minute because it looks like comments are still coming in. We've got 12 people typing at the moment, which is fantastic. 53 responses already. Thank you. All right, it looks like we're nearly there. Got a small number of people typing. Perhaps give another 30 seconds just to finish off, and then we'll move on to question 2. It's great to see so many contributions, and clearly a very strong theme about people, the people part of NUH coming out of this, which is really good to hear. Okay. I'm going to move us on to the second question then. So, if we can go back to the screen. So as we now start looking forwards and we consider what we will do going forwards, some of that might be the same, some of it might be different. But what do you think we need to keep or retain based on what we currently do? Are there some things we shouldn't lose? And particularly think about this as we look forward to the next 5 years. If there's some things we shouldn't lose and we should still hold on to, what are those things in your ideas or experience, please? Great to see all the comments coming through, thank you. I'll give about another 30 seconds for any more. There's obviously a very strong focus on staff, there's a strong focus on quality of care, there's a strong focus on the culture side of things, kindness, interaction, engagement with and listening with staff. There's some very specific service related comments and a recognition of our role as a specialised centre as well as a local provision of health services. Really helpful comments. Okay. Thank you. So what I just want us to start to explore next then is, so what is it that's shaping our future? What are the things that we need to take into account when we're thinking about what we might want to do differently going forward? So first, if we look at that from a national, a regional and a local context, the NHS and healthcare more widely is undergoing reform, and we are part of that, and we need to recognise that within the plans that we make for the future. So there has been the NHS 10-year plan, and there's been the Darcy review, and there are 3 predominant themes that get described out of those, which are described as being from hospital to community. How might we change the model of care more so that more care is received in a community setting, on a community basis rather than in a hospital setting. The second is around from analogue to digital. How can we make more use in healthcare services of digital functionalities? And you'll hear later from Andy about some practical idea of that. And from sickness to prevention, how in the way that we have our interactions with the public and with patients, can we also try and prevent ill health of the future, as well as obviously addressing sickness when it presents. There's structural change, both on a national level and more locally. So on a national level with NHS England, the Department of Health and Social Care merging. Locally with our integrated care boards clustering, which means they'll cover a larger footprint area. And so there's things changing around that we need to be aware of and asking the question, does that mean anything needs to change for us in the way that we do? We can't escape the realities of the economic situation of both the world and the country. The government, through its comprehensive spending review, can spend its funds once, and it will make choices about what comes into the health service. There is no doubt that the spending will be constrained as we go into the future. And as custodians of the public pound, we need to make sure we're spending the money we get in the most effective way. There is always increased demand for healthcare services. And so we have to ask ourselves whether the models of care that we currently have will be fit for the future and will meet needs, or can we and should we work differently? And we recognise we're not an island. We don't operate alone. We work within a system alongside our local health and social care partners and indeed community partners and social enterprises and charities. And so they often are under their own pressures, whether from a charitable side of things about where their funding might be, or from other local providers, whether it's primary care service or community services or social care services, about their demand pressures as well. We have to take all of this into account when we are designing our future. We also have much to build on, our work to date. So many of you may be aware of the work that was done through tomorrow's NUH in terms of designing our future clinical services model. On which sites do we think services should be provided from? Which of our services could we provide in a different way? There was lots of public engagement in that as well. We're not going to lose that. We're going to bring that into our work now. There's the transformation programmes we're doing this year that I've mentioned. There's already work being built up around that. Anthony will touch on in his slot later a bit about what it might look like through the transformation that we're taking forwards. And so it's about bringing all of these together and how your voice fits into this. So your voice is very much the jigsaw piece in the bottom right hand today. Everything that you say we want to hear, and put that alongside the national context. What we already know from what people have fed back to us, whether through complaints or compliments or through the staff survey, or through our existing ambitions and the plans that we have. We're bringing all of that together to inform our new strategy. So, devices back in your hands, please. We're on to question 3. This question, as we look into that future, in that context that I've described, plus anything that you are aware of from your unique situation, what do you see as the biggest challenges that as NUH we face, and that our strategy will help to need us navigate? Lots of comments already, and it looks like there's still more coming, which is fantastic. Really helpful balance between a number of things here. So finance, the recognition of the concerns of constrained finance going forwards, and how we make sure whatever we plan is within the financial budget that we have. A lot around culture and trust and reputation, and staffing in terms of morale, and also the ability to have the right staff and with the right experiences. Issues with buildings and estate, as we heard from our chair earlier, in terms of the backlog maintenance that we have. Burnout, and in terms of the pressures that people are working under, and I think I saw one about actually having the headspace to think differently, because we are going to need to think differently. Some really helpful comments here in terms of the challenges that we face that we're going to need to think about. So we're at 97 with 4 people typing. Might get 100, that'll be exciting. We've got 30 seconds and we'll move on. Right, let's move on. So, together, we've framed some challenges. They can't be blockages and they can't be excuses. They have to be things that we recognise as the context, which now our plans need to address. So the next question would be great to have your views on. So what can we do differently to address those? That is the future that we're moving into. They are the challenges that we face. We want to be successful as an organisation. What are your views of what the things we can think about and take into account that would mean we can do differently and therefore be successful within that challenging environment? Again, some interesting themes coming out, and a lot of alignment also with the 3 national themes around hospital to community, illness to prevention, and digital to analog to digital, and also a number of areas around politics and a number of areas around enablement of the excellent staff we have to recognise their skills and enable them to be the best that they can, both from an engagement side of things and a support side of things. And again, some aspects around culture, transparency, and reputational side. Thank you. And one more brief question in this section, which is trying to get just a little bit more specific. So there were some themes in there. Are there any particular suggestions you would like to make that we could consider? This could be things that you've seen elsewhere, things that you've seen in different sectors, or things that from your experience you think we could do very specifically differently to perhaps achieve some of those opportunities or address some of those challenges. Great to have so many ideas coming through. There's a real wide range of different thoughts and ideas, which is excellent. And we can add these to the other thoughts that we're getting back from colleagues across the Trust and public and partners from other sessions that we're doing. So thank you for all of these ideas. Give another 30 seconds before we move towards the home straight. Okay, move back on. So just what I really wanted to finish with is reiterating as a trust what we're committed to here in terms of what the future is about. And that's about what we're aiming to achieve in terms of our vision and underpinned by how we're planning to go about that. And this comes back to vision and it comes back to values. So just reminding, our vision is to be outstanding in health outcomes and in patient and staff experience. So that's where we're aiming to go. We've made some progress, we have more to do. It means delivering excellent clinical care. It means ensuring people feel safe, heard and valued, whether when they come to NUH, whether to work or to receive care. And in terms of our values, that's how we're committing to do that in a kind, inclusive, ambitious way as one team, not just as NUH, but also working with partners across health, social care, with public, with communities, to achieve that vision. So in the light of that, given much of that is about experience, the final question I'd like your input on, please. What to you are the things that matter most, which result for you in an outstanding experience? Take another 30 seconds just to capture anything final. I think what's really striking around this is how much of it is the interactional element. There's clearly technical opportunities, there's information flows, but the interactional, the personalised element of this is absolutely key. It's a very strong message. Thank you. Okay. So just to finish up then, thank you for all of your time. I just want to say what's next. So we've had a short amount of time here and I'm so grateful for all of your input. Thank you. And as I said earlier, all of your contributions will be taken into our work alongside the contributions of everybody else who is kindly contributing. What I would say is this isn't your only opportunity to do so. You might go out of here and think there's different things you want to do, or you might have people that you know who you think might want to contribute to this as well. We really want to hear from as many people as possible and gain as many thoughts as possible. So there is a QR code that takes you to 6 questions, very similar to what we've talked about today, online, which is open after Slido closes, which is open after this session, and will be for a good number of weeks yet. We're circulating that through our social media. We're circulating it around the organisation in public and staff areas. So if you would like to contribute any further, please do scan that or make a note of it, or it's on our website, etc. We want to make this as accessible as possible for everybody, patient, public, partner, all our local community, to contribute whatever they would like to, so we hear your voice. Where that fits within our work is, this has been work which will take best part of the year. We started a long while ago in terms of doing a lot of the prep work. We are currently in our engagement phase, which is through August and September. And out of that, we will then start to shape what the key priorities are for going forwards, based on those 4 pieces of the jigsaw that I described earlier. That will then come together and we'll start to design the strategy, and our strategy will come back to our trust board in early 2026, public trust board, for sign-off. And that will then set our course for the next 5 years to continue on our journey of delivering our vision. And then that is where our action starts. So this is almost the start of it. This is the start of hearing the voices, and some people say the hard work starts from here, but it's something we're really looking forward to. So it's just for me really to say a massive thank you to you all for engaging with this. Your voices are so important. Please do talk with others about it. Please do encourage other people to contribute into it. There will be lots of sessions, both public-facing ones, partner-facing ones, staff-facing ones, which we're publishing lots of different sessions for, in-line and face-to-face. So if anybody wants to contribute, we hope they will have the opportunity to do so, and that they will take that option to do so. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of this session. And I think from where we are at the moment, we've just got about 10 minutes to recharge drinks, use the conveniences if you need to, and we'll rejoin back at 12:45, where Anthony will talk through the review of 24-25. Thank you all very much. No, the question... Sorry, so there's a question here about are we taking questions. So we'll have a Q&A later at the end for any questions from the whole side rather than specifically about that. But if you do have any questions about this, absolutely fine to raise them then. Thank you very much. Hello everybody, just wanted to give a quick update. Apologies, we obviously haven't started back at dead on time. Anthony is just wrapping up some media interviews. He'll be with us as soon as he can. Just wanted to update you all, and particularly colleagues online who would come back at 12:45. So we will start again shortly. Thank you.
Colleagues, can I just check that we've got the audio up? And are we running the live broadcast? Tina, we're on. Okay, thank you. Welcome back then to part 2 of NUH's annual public meeting. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Anthony May and I'm the Chief Executive for the Trust. We're going to start this afternoon's session with a review of 2024-25, and we want to start our review by sharing with you just some of the amazing things that our colleagues do year after year with a short video.
Together we are 19,000 strong, delivering care every single day.
Every year, 750 volunteers give their time to support patients and their families.
This year, we'll prepare and serve 2.1 million meals.
We're improving our hospitals, and this year we'll open the National Rehabilitation Centre.
Over 70,000 patients took part in research shaping the future of healthcare.
This year we raised over £4 million, making it even more possible for patients and staff. Our pharmacy team dispenses over 500,000 medicines every year.
Every year our lab processes millions of tests.
Switchboard answer over 1.9 million calls per year.
Just incidentally, on the switchboard, I went to visit Switchboard last week to say goodbye to Barbara. Barbara's in her 80s and just retiring after 40 years in the switchboard. That just goes to show the commitment that people give to NUH. So I wanted to make a special mention to Barbara, who will be mortified that I've done that, of course, but isn't that an incredible thing? So one of the reasons that we can do all of that stuff is because we've got a very clear blueprint for the future of the organisation. We call it our People First strategy. I know you've heard from Tim earlier about how we're going to refresh that in line with the government's 10-year plan, but currently there are 5 priorities in that strategy. I'm going to tell you a bit about each one of them. There's quite a lot of video content in this as well, so you don't just have to listen to me. So what really matters to us, of course, first and foremost, is the quality of our patient care. If you were here this morning, you would have heard Tracy and Manjeet talk about how that matters, particularly in the context of maternity, but of course it matters right across the organisation. We've got a new patient experience hub, for example. There are colleagues here that work with us as volunteers and for whom it's their full-time job to make sure that the experience of our patients is as good as that can be. And I think it was yesterday that I met with Trish and colleagues in the patient partnership group to try and understand how we can help and support them better. We're always trying to improve what we do. We know we can do a lot more around things like communication and personalising care for our patients, because we know what a big difference it makes to get the small things right, and we rely very heavily on our staff and our volunteers to help us with that, but also the feedback we get from patients, and in that sense our scores are improving. That's a positive thing, but we've got so much more to do in this arena, but it does require us to be very clear about what we're doing and having the appropriate governance in place, because although what I've learned over the years is that the health service is a people business, it does require very stringent governance and policies and processes, and there's a recognition in the Trust that we need to do more to make sure that everything we do is properly governed and that we meet all the necessary standards. Now to something slightly lighter, because this video demonstrates what it's like when we get patient care, when we get it right. So colleagues do amazing things every day in the organisation to go out of their way to care for patients. I see it all the time. This short video shows what compassion and quality patient care looks like when we get it right.
I unfortunately made a silly misjudgment on my Hindu weekend and tried to do a stunt that I just was, I think, a bit too old to do. And unfortunately it resulted in me fracturing my top of my neck, in me temporarily, hopefully, being paralysed from the waist down at the moment. All I said to Craig was, I can't wait any longer to marry you. I don't want to wait 12, 18 months, 2 years till I'm possibly walking again or possibly not. I said, I can't wait that long. So we both just agreed that we would still just do it on Friday, no matter where it was or how it was. We thought it was just going to be, like I say, a simple idea at the bedside. It's just turned into a proper little wedding, really.
Wedding, yeah.
It does, so yeah, it's been amazing.
When you come in every day and you see little things and the little bit extra that it's doing, the little fighting that, you do fall in love more and more every day. You do find your soulmate at some point, and when you do, you know. And I found mine. When you marry somebody, it's with death us do part, and in sickness and in health. It's as simple as that. It don't matter where we end up, how we end up, we'll get through this. And I've got you.
Oh no.
There's nothing I could say that would make that video more poignant or impactful. So I'm going to move on to the next priority in People First, which is around patient flow. So getting people through the hospital in a timely way, and above all, listening to them, respecting their needs and their dignity is something we're very much focused on. And we've made a lot of improvements, particularly in our urgent and emergency care pathways. So we get 48,000 ambulance handovers a year, believe it or not, and we've made big strides in making them happen more quickly and more effectively. Having said that, too many people still wait too long in our urgent and emergency care pathways, and we have a plan being led by our new Chief Operating Officer, Andrew Hall, to address that. We have got new capacity to try and help us with flow through the hospital. There are some examples there, and we are just about to embark upon another winter season, and we've got very strong plans in place for this winter, working with our system partners to try and anticipate what might happen in the next few months. And we have, in the last year, seen sustained improvement in the numbers of medically safe for transfer patients in the hospital, which is one of the ways that we measure our effectiveness in flow. That has just started to creep up in recent months. So again, under Andrew's leadership and the support of our clinicians, we're trying to address that as well. But we are very focused on flow. I think we're going to take questions later on, so if that's okay. So here's another video. This one's about how we use our relationship with our stakeholders, in this case our members of Parliament, who are very closely aligned with the hospital. They act as our champions, but also as our scrutineers. They challenge us and hold us to account. And a group of MPs, visitors, visited us at the end of the winter period to thank staff for their efforts across that period to deliver safe care and patient flow. And this is some of what they had to say.
To say a huge thank you to all the staff here who we know are giving their very best every single day to keep our constituents well. We also wanted to understand how the changes that we've implemented since becoming into government are really reflected here in the hospital, and thinking around patient care and how we continue to improve that patient care in the long run.
It's been fantastic hearing about, although it's been a difficult winter, this winter's been better than the previous winter, and our sincere hope is that all the changes that are being made and the lessons that are being learned will mean that next winter is even better. So huge thanks from us, from all MPs, all different parties. We really appreciate the work that's being done.
So we meet our MPs once a quarter down in Westminster, and they visit us regularly. In fact, there's a visit of MPs in October where they're going to look at our new neonatal unit, the refurbished paediatric intensive care unit, and hear from the leaders of our maternity services about our improvement journey. We feel blessed to have such supportive MPs, and we never take that for granted. I'm going to move on now to the next priority around recruitment and retention. We are doing much better in recruitment and retention. Our turnover rates are down, our time to hire rates, so recruiting people quickly. You might have heard me give some data about that in the session we had on maternity earlier in the day. All of those things are improving, and we're also looking at ways to bring young people into the organisation, reduce the amount that we spend on agency staff, because we know if we get local people and permanent staff in the organisation that reflect our local communities, it's better for patient outcomes. All the evidence tells us that, so we're working really hard on that. And looking forward, we're making every effort to drive the pay bill down, particularly on what we call premium pay, agency staff, temporary staff. And we're trying to improve our staff survey, because last year, having had a couple of years of improved results in the staff survey, they took a dip. There's been a lot of change in the organisation, and we are at the moment operating under a lot of financial constraint. So we're working really hard under the leadership of Danielle, our Chief People Officer, to try and support a better engagement with the staff survey this year, because we also know that better engagement leads to better outcomes. And we are trying to create more entry-level routes into the organisation, particularly apprenticeships. Some of you will know, and in fact there's a presentation by Miriam, our colleague who's leading the National Rehabilitation Centre programme. Some of you will know that we will open the NRC later this year. It's the first of its kind. And this is just one example of how we're using initiatives like that to recruit and retain new skills into the trust, which will also, of course, boost our economy, because these people will come and apply their trade here in what we hope will be a world-leading facility. So we've got a short video about that as well. You'll hear more about it from Miriam later, but this video was produced to support recruitment to the NRC.
Life can change in an instant. A serious illness or a catastrophic injury can change our path in ways we never expected. At the NRC, we know it is rehabilitation which brings the living back to life. We're looking for talented and enthusiastic people who are ready to join the rehab revolution, ready to help us transform the rehab provision for our patients, not just in the East Midlands, but across the UK. Enjoy total job satisfaction every day as you help transform lives, supporting patients through physical and cognitive rehab. Work in a state-of-the-art, purpose-built environment, all in a beautiful setting, a 360-acre estate in the Nottinghamshire countryside. Be part of a collaborative and supportive team, including working with colleagues over at the military rehabilitation facility just metres away. Access a wide range of prestigious training and education opportunities through our NRC Academy and university partners throughout the country. Get involved in cutting-edge research, pushing the boundaries of the possibilities of rehab, changing the way we do rehabilitation today and in the future. It starts with you. Join the rehab revolution today.
So we've got very high levels of confidence that the NRC will do just that and revolutionise the way that we manage rehabilitation in this country. I am going to say something about Miriam here, because Miriam has led the NRC in the most exemplary way, and we are literally weeks away from opening. So I know, Miriam, that feels very stressful and difficult for you, but we're right behind you, and we do appreciate everything that you've done. I also want to make a special mention of the Black Stork charity for the work that they've done to enable the facility. It stands on their land. What they've done behind the scenes is incredible to make it happen. It literally would not have happened without them, so I want to thank the charity as well. I'm going to move on to the next one of our priorities on culture and leadership, and I'm going to unashamedly focus on inclusion here, we now have a comprehensive range of staff networks to support staff with all range of protected characteristics and interests. We've just begun another network for people who are in the armed forces, who may have families in the armed forces, and colleagues are coming together in the spirit of inclusion and transparency to support each other at work. If we are going to change the culture in NUH, as we talked about this morning with our maternity families, this is how we'll change things, by people figuring stuff out themselves and supporting themselves and sharing their interests. And we want to make sure that NUH is a place where people feel comfortable, safe, and able to express themselves. And you can see through the amazing events that those colleagues have put on, we've had nothing to do with this. They do it on our behalf. Just how many people go the extra mile to make people who work at NUH feel included. If we get that right, we know it makes a difference to our patients. And here's an example of a campaign that we launched last year, which we've relaunched this week. I think I mentioned it earlier. If you see our Medilink, our brand new Medilink service travelling around the city, you'll see these pictures on the back of the bus, as it were. And you'll see that this reflects the amount of people from across diverse backgrounds who we are proud to say are our colleagues in NUH. And we know if we reflect the diversity of our local communities in their local hospital, then we will build trust and confidence in those communities who sometimes are trepidatious about stepping over our threshold. And yet, if we're going to improve the health of the population, we absolutely need them to do that. And much of this inclusion work has been underpinned by the work that we've done on our new values. Jack Adlam, our Director of Communications, led an engagement process 18 months ago where we reached 4,000 people who worked in the Trust to ask them what it means to them to work for NUH, and we published those values, which you will see on our letter heading and on our website, to reflect what they told us. And this video is about that change. So both that work we've done with the networks, but also the Everyone is Welcome campaign, are rooted in those new trust values. We launched them last year, and you'll hear from colleagues here, colleagues explaining what the values mean to them.
Kindness to me are the small things you can do to have a positive impact on someone else's day.
Being inclusive means making provisions and resources for people who may feel marginalised and welcoming their creativity and innovation.
Being ambitious means to me being the best doctor that I can be and also helping my patients to achieve their ambitions and everything they want to in life.
To me, one team means working together to give our patients the best experience at NUH.
The final priority, before I say something about how we're going to move forward with this work, is around financial sustainability. We believe that we owe it to the local taxpayer to do the very best with their hard-earned money. And in recent years, we've worked extremely hard to balance the books at NUH. We had and still have financial challenges which require us to make substantial savings. These have to be taken in context. We do run a budget of almost £2 billion every year. But last year, we were required to save £90 million to reach our deficit target that we'd agreed with NHS England. And for the first year in many years, the Trust did balance the books. Paul Matthew, our Chief Finance Officer, has led a programme of financial transformation, which will need to continue for many years if we are to continue to transform the organisation and at the same time make sure that we make the very best use of the public's money. You can see some of the numbers there. I won't go through those with you. What they're designed to demonstrate is that we take financial sustainability very seriously in the Trust. And you can see that we are measured against statutory targets. It's not commonly known that amongst the many statutory targets that an NHS provider trust has, financial break-even and sustainability is one of them. And we now take that extremely seriously, and the whole executive team and the leadership of the organisation is engaged in making sure that we can break even, spend our money wisely, make the most out of the capital allocations that we get, and give good value for money. And if we're going to do that effectively, first of all, we need to keep investing in our facilities, and we've done an awful lot. So despite saying that we have to save a lot of money in our revenue budget, which is true, we still receive a good level of capital from NHS England for dedicated projects like the National Rehabilitation Centre. We've got one of the biggest decarbonisation programmes in the NHS. A good example of that is replacing all of the windows at QMC and moving to ground source heating at QMC. You've heard about the neonatal expansion, and so it goes on. So as well as trying to manage the day-to-day, as Nick said earlier, in some facilities that in truth are tired and have seen better days, we are trying to improve where we can. All of that has to be handled and managed in the context of our commitment to try and balance the books, certainly better than we have done in recent years. And there is a very strong encouragement, if not expectation, from government that we do just that as they try and reform the health service in a very difficult economic climate. So finally, from me, I want to leave you with something positive and an assurance that we are trying to transform services at the same time as maintain them day to day. The notable example of that, of course, we played out this morning in the discussion about maternity. We know that we can do better, not just in maternity, across many areas of what the Trust delivers, whether it's urgent and emergency care, planned care, diagnostics, our facilities, our culture, but there's a very strong commitment from the board and senior leaders in the Trust to make that happen. And we're using the government's 10-year plan and the Darcy review as motivation to do that. We want to reduce the amount of time that people wait, not just for their elective procedures, but also in urgent and emergency care pathways or for diagnostics. And next year, for example, we will open the new diagnostic centre next to the Broadmarsh, which we think will significantly help with throughput in diagnostics, always thinking about ways to do things differently and move our services closer to communities. And we want to be an organisation that's known for thrift and being sensible with people's money, and an organisation that promotes local people to come and work for us, and particularly local people that reflect an increasingly diverse Nottingham and Nottinghamshire, because we know if we do that, it makes us feel a more welcoming place that is reflective of people's local experience. So we're not going to stop doing that. And in that context of the government's 10-year plan, we're going to double down on our partnerships, because we know that with the ICB becoming a more strategic commissioner, that we can work more closely with local partners so that we've got wraparound services and an integrated community model, particularly for our district general hospital services, where we're working with partners to close the gaps, and if people have to come to hospital, if we can't prevent that, to get them through and away as quickly as we can. And if we get it right, here are some of the things that we published earlier in the year when we published our finance plan that we think will transform what we do. Whether that's the way that we provide outpatient experiences, making better use of digital technology. You're going to hear from my colleague Andy Callow about our plans for an app, a patient-facing app, whether it's around the way that we work with our systems to reduce variation and make sure that people get a consistent service from us, whether it's the way that we optimise our estate, particularly our theatres, so that we get as many people through elective procedures as possible. We've got over 60 theatres in the estate. We want them all to be running efficiently and effectively, or whether it's the way that we transform our internal services. As much as anything, NUH is a very large business that needs to be efficient, whether it's HR, it's finance, it's property, it's ICT, it's governance. We want to transform all of those things so that they operate better and within the finances that we receive from the government. So that's a whistle-stop tour of last year. I hope that you found that interesting. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you to colleagues who helped me put that together, particularly the video content, which was excellent. So thank you all very much. I've completely lost track of the agenda, so someone will have to tell me what happens next.
Thank you, Anthony. No, we're taking questions later, so there is plenty of time later on when we take them from online and in the room as well. But we're going to move on now quickly to 3 areas where we're seeking to provide better outcomes and experience for our patients. And perhaps I can ask my colleagues to follow on from each other, but starting, first of all, with the completely appropriately acclaimed Miriam.
Thank you very much, Nick, and afternoon, everybody. I'm Miriam Duffy. I lead the transformational programme for rehabilitation, which NUH is leading and driving, but it is a national programme of work, so we feel very privileged to be in that position to do so. So the National Rehabilitation Centre has been a long time in the making. It has huge ambitions, and we do want to start recognising our expertise in this area, which has generally been an area of medicine and clinical care that has been under-recognised until relatively recently in the NHS, and the success of particularly the major trauma system in 2012 across the country, of which obviously NUH is the busiest still major trauma centre in the country, and we've got great outcomes from that service. We are saving 20% more lives, and for an already pressurised rehabilitation service, that has put additional but very good pressure on that service. By a consequence, people who wouldn't have survived previously are now surviving, but they do have the most complex injuries and do therefore need that highly specialist rehabilitation post injury. So this is a long programme of work. It started back in 2010, and it is a combined work programme with the Ministry of Defence. The Stamford Hall Rehabilitation Estate, where we will reside and the NRC will work out of, is a combined estate. It's 360 acres, as you saw on the video previously, and the 2 centres are separate and distinct, but they will work very closely together to provide rehabilitation excellence. We're just north of Loughborough and south of Nottingham, so it's quite easy to get to in geographical terms. And you can see the co-location of both centres on the slide there. The remit from government is in 3 parts for the NRC, so we have completely rewritten the rulebook around rehabilitation and have developed a very new way of delivering that clinical model. We had many discussions with NHS England early on in the programme around whether we could or should provide 1 centre for the whole of the country. Clearly that was unfeasible, and in recognition of the fact that people going through life-changing injury do need to be close to friends and family, the clinical model is based on the existing networks that we already have across the NHS and will be rolled out in the next few years accordingly. But where we are truly national from the outset is in the NRC Academy, so the training and education aspect of rehabilitation, and in our research efforts. So we will be setting a new benchmark and a new standard for rehabilitation. We will be open to patients later this year. The final touches are being put on the building as we speak, which is very exciting to see. A lot of the work that we've been doing is around coordinating that rehabilitation journey and pathway, because this isn't just one place where people go for rehabilitation. It does continue through that community journey as well. So we've been trying to make those stronger links across the whole of the providers involved. So the NRC is part of NUH. It will be our 4th hospital site. It will open later on. We have agreed those commissioner admission criteria, and the beds at the NRC will be regional for patients across the East Midlands. And when we've proved the concept of how we're doing this differently, we will roll that out across other regional networks. So who will benefit from this? When we started writing that clinical case of need and looked across all patient services, actually what we really wanted to say was if you have a rehabilitation need, you can be referred to the NRC regardless of why that is. But predominantly those patients will probably come from the areas of medical intervention that you can see there. At the moment our rehabilitation focus very strongly on neurological injury and illness. So we're very much lifting the lid of that. We've learned a lot from international and military colleagues around how we deliver care, quite singularly in this country actually. So we really want to broaden that out and enable access for others. And in our academic efforts, both for research and education, we have collaborated with a number of universities the length and breadth of the country, each of which will have a slightly different offering to work with us, but that will very much be in partnership to strengthen that training and research effort. The NRC Academy is going to be really exciting. I think it's one of the things I'm most excited about the whole NRC programme, and building on the apprenticeship opportunities that NUH have developed over the last few years. We are hoping to have entry-level apprenticeships at each level of practice around rehabilitation. This is very new. It's very difficult. I'm a physiotherapist, and certainly when I started out on my career, there was no clear path towards rehabilitation. There was no clear educational programme around that, and that's something that we very much want to address for all professions involved. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to hand over to Andy.
Good afternoon. I'm Andy Callow. I'm the Chief Digital Transformation Officer. And very briefly, I'm going to take you through a new development that will come in 2026, which is our patient-facing app. So currently, we don't have a really good offering for patients. Depending on the service that you're dealing with, you'll have a different experience. And certainly there's a disconnect between what patients tell us, in that there's about 4% of patients who say they want to opt out of digital letters, but we're probably only hitting about 60% of that. So we've got the new app that's going to be launched in 2026, and our core clinical system is called Nerve Centre, and we're going to be using the Patient Centre app. So this is just a typical flow from it, and you'll have heard in the press, and you'll have seen that the NHS app is the gateway to clinical services, and the transition from analogue to digital that we heard about in the Darzi review is the sort of place where that will start. That will then signpost you into the Nerve Centre, Patient Centre app, allow you to do some of the things that I'll talk to you about, and then those things are then still available and visible in the NHS app, particularly if you're receiving services from other places outside of NUH. So there's a really coherent flow to that. There's a really wide range of features that's going to be available in the app, and I'm just going to pick up on 3 of them in this presentation, but there's loads that's really exciting that's coming. So the first one I'll pick out is around managing appointments. So the app will give you notifications in your app, but there's also other ways where you can then use notifications that are embedded in your phone or in your PC to just make sure that the chances of missing that vital appointment is reduced. And that's, it's a common thing that we hear about people not necessarily getting the reminders. Some of the way that we currently communicate isn't ideal, and so this is a way of sort of continuing to improve that. Next thing is around, if you're waiting for a procedure, then really being much better in the way we're communicating that. So it may be there's a leading to your procedure where we'll start to communicate with you, 3 weeks out, 2 weeks out, that sort of thing. We'll be able to give you confirmation, if you're on a waiting list and you say, actually, as things moved on in your life, do you still need the procedure? Be able to escalate concerns and then also book waiting list appointments through that, all in one place. And again, at the minute, we have no digital means of booking those appointments. So a big change in the way that we're going to deliver that. And it's one that we hear from patients all the time, that's a big gap in their expectations. And the final thing I was going to mention is around the sharing of results, and this is around having some curated results where there's a commentary about the results to help you interpret those that's available within the app, and so you can see that'll be embedded in that. Now, I could talk for a long time with strict instructions around how long we've got about it, but really what's coming in 2026 is really the start of a long journey. So if I sort of conclude by saying, as we start, there's 3 things here, really around agency, about putting patients in control of care and having the means to see what's going on. In terms of access, easier communication and tracking of changes that happen in where you are in a particular care pathway. And then visibility, having visibility of your clinical documents, appointments, etc. And one of the key things that's really important there is being able to give access to an approved carer or relative to access those records, particularly when we start thinking about digital inclusion. So I'll finish there. I'm really, really excited about the prospect of this. 2026 is going to be really exciting. We'll build on that, and this was just the start of a really exciting journey. Thank you. Hand over to Abby.
So hi there, my name's Abby Burrows. I am a physiotherapist by profession, and I have the privilege of being matron for pre-op and prehabilitation. So I'm here to talk to you about the NUH prehabilitation service. So prehabilitation is, or prehab as we like to call it, it involves preparing people for upcoming treatment in our case predominantly major surgery, and focuses on improving physical fitness, mental well-being, and weight management and lifestyle behaviours. Research has demonstrated that prehab can reduce length of stay for people, so reduce time away from home, reduce the risk of complications post-operatively, but it also helps with people recovering and returning to quality of life afterwards. We know that building physical and emotional resilience can help people to cope with a cancer diagnosis and the treatment, as well as benefiting their health in the longer term. There's a huge amount of evidence that supports physical activity, particularly during any stage of your cancer pathway. Research has shown it's both safe and actually effective and beneficial, both during, before and after treatment. And more recently, evidence has been proven to show that it actually can improve outcomes of cancer treatments. So our prehabilitation service supports patients with cancer having major surgery. And we offer a very holistic service which supports patients awaiting their cancer surgery. And we have a one-to-one gym prehabilitation treatment, so exercise sessions. We might offer community prehabilitation sessions if they don't need the one-to-one bespoke exercise, and we also offer telephone services. So all of that is very much a physical activity focus to improve people's physical fitness. Alongside that, we support patients with behaviour changes, so that's things like alcohol, smoking and weight management, and that coaching element. Our patients have access to bespoke clinical psychology services should they need it, and we also have access and link very closely with social prescribers. So these are invaluable to our service and support patients with the social element and help people with things that can become barriers to accessing our physical and our hospital services. At NUH, we launched our cancer service in April 22, but in the last year, we've made a huge number of changes and improvements where we've expanded our service to include patients who have lung cancer having radical radiotherapy treatment. So it isn't just a head of cancer surgery, but we've also done a pilot around offering a prehabilitation service to patients who don't have cancer and are awaiting major surgery for other benign issues. So when we talk about prehabilitation and how it can work, it's often best to refer to the stress bottle. So the stress bottle, we all have an element of stress in our lives. And if you imagine it as a bottle, for example, when I came here this morning, I might have missed my bus and that added a little bit of stress. And then it may be that my son forgot his lunchbox and I had to go and sort that out. And it may be that I've got an upcoming presentation at work that I'm thinking about. And all of those add a level of stress at work, or a level of stress in our lives. If you add a cancer diagnosis onto the things that people experience, it can explode. And that can in itself become a barrier to patients accessing the support services that they need. We can't take people's cancer diagnosis away, but what we can do is try and make it a little bit more manageable for them. So what we hope to do, and these examples are real life examples of patients that we've seen in our service, is that we can support them to take some of those stresses away, which will enable them to focus on their health, to engage with our services and to get the best out of their recovery. So for us, our aim is to provide a personalised approach and very much link with our community services. The benefits that we have seen through our prehabilitation services, on average, a 1.2-day reduction in hospital length of stay per patient. We've also seen, on average, every single patient seen an improvement in their physical and psychosocial wellbeing fitness tests. And that in itself shows an evidence improvement in physical fitness, which reduces length of stay. And we know that reduction in length of stay means that it frees up bed spaces for more patients to come through and to support more patients in our area. We know that patients have described feeling much more prepared for their surgery, but also feel that it improves, help them recover. So these are some examples of what our patients say, and in the middle are two of the patients that had never met each other before they started prehabilitation and were on quite different journeys. But they actually opted to come and do their sessions together because it creates that social network. I think one of the biggest things that we see with our patients is they gain a sense of control in something that they describe as very uncontrollable. And that can be immensely powerful. So I thought it would be helpful for you to see some excerpts, some videos with patients that we've seen. So this is Ginny, and Ginny has just come into our prehab to rehab session. So she's had her major surgery, she's had her treatment, and we're now in the rehabilitation stage. So we're just going to hear, we asked Ginny how she would describe rehabilitation.
How would you describe it to somebody who'd never heard about rehab before?
I would say in a very awkward time of your life, a very anxious time of your life, it is a safe haven. You are encouraged, you improve, you feel more positive about things, and you're happy to come here and do it. You know, it isn't something you have to do. It is a pleasure to come because you're so encouraged. Yeah.
Excellent.
I think that's quite critical because we expect our patients to do a lot of physical activity, and that's not something that a lot of people want to do or have perhaps engaged in before. But what we've heard is that they come in and they enjoy it. They will describe their first sessions as quite daunting and they're not quite sure what to expect. But this is how they start to feel, and this hopefully creates a lifestyle behaviour change that we start to see spread across their families. We see them having competitions in families as to how many steps they can do and who did the most steps. So we see that quite a lot. And the next one, we'll see Tish talk about what her experience of prehab was.
The journey that you're on is a difficult journey, but coming here, you're able to do something for yourself.
And I also wanted to introduce you to our patient partners, Lizzie and Robin. So Lizzie and Robin have been with us and worked with us since the beginning of our launch of the prehab service. They have both lived experience of cancer and various forms of cancer treatment, including major surgery. They would both have likely been through our service had it been open to them at the time. They've supported us with a huge amount, including staff recruitment. They sit on our interview panels. They've helped plan the space for us. They've advised us on information leaflets, and they've linked us with support that might be useful in the community. They're very much part of our team, and they celebrate our success, and we see them as a big part of our team. And then just looking at what our next steps are and our ambitions, we've recently, as I said, piloted a prehabilitation intervention offer to non-cancer patients. That was hugely successful, and we are looking to publish those results internationally, and so hopefully share the learning. We hope that that will help support a business case to offer it out to more patients, with the ambition that we can get as many patients access to prehabilitation that need it. You'll also see some of these pictures in the excerpts of the videos are being used to create an information video, which will be useful both for patients and staff to understand a little bit more about what prehabilitation is, what it involves, and what to expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam, Andy and Abby. I'm going to invite the executive directors to come and sit here now. I wonder if Miriam and Abby could also come and sit here, because there may be questions coming up from the presentation. Should be enough seats there. Okay, so we promised that we'd allow sufficient time for questions. So perhaps I can ask people responding to the question, if they've not spoken before, to introduce themselves. Okay, sir, you've been very patient. Hang on, wait till we get the mic. That's lovely, thank you.
Two questions to Anthony May. First of all, you talked a lot about inbound flow improvements. Jolly good. What about outbound flow improvements, such as the delivery of pills, which traditionally, in my memory, was Mr. Stickland, the pills may arrive at 11 a.m. or they may arrive at 11 p.m. today. Is that okay?
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't have a microphone. So the best colleague, I think, to pick up how we manage our discharge arrangements, including access to medicines, is a combination of Tracy, Andrew, and possibly Manjeet. So I'll let them fight for the honour. So.
Right, so shall I go first? And so I'm Andrew Hall, I'm Chief Operating Officer. So discharge is a complex process, and it's something that we're constantly working on in terms of improving the experience for patients in terms of the speed of that process and how people get their associated range of support. So particularly pharmaceuticals is always a challenge for us in terms of patients getting take-out drugs when they're being discharged, but that is something that we have got improvement programs around, and the work that we're doing around particularly supported discharge in the community does pick all of that up. So I don't know whether colleagues want to add to that.
I think, Andrew, you've managed most of that. I think what you asked, is it acceptable? No, it's not acceptable for patients to be waiting for a long time in terms of waiting for their medication. We do plan, and I think Abby and teams are talking about prehab, but discharge is, again, one of those processes we should be planning at the beginning of a patient coming into hospital. We do have a range of things that we look at to ensure that we have predicted the date of discharge so that we're working towards that. And in that, we should be planning the medication, the reviews, ensuring everything is ready for that patient to be discharged at times. We know the delay in discharge can cause huge amounts of anxiety for patients, but also any preparation that they've done at home, making sure that we're able to receive them and discharge them in a safe and timely way.
Good, keep at it. Second question to Anthony May. He said 60% of suppliers were paid within the 95% target. So it seems that suppliers are acting as bankers to the NUH. Will this be improved, or are you carrying on to use small suppliers sometimes as bankers for NUH.
So thank you very much. I should add something to the first question. We also now have an electronic prescribing arrangement where people can get their prescriptions electronically rather than handwritten. That has speeded up access to medicine, so that's a good thing. No, we absolutely do not want suppliers, local or otherwise, to wait for their payments. Paul Matthew will describe to you the improvements we're trying to make at the moment because we were a very poor performer in payments. We're trying to address that now. I'll ask Paul to describe how.
Now a question for sorry.
Thank you. I'm Paul Matthew, Chief Finance Officer. On the 1st of July, we moved finance system and provider. We've been doing a lot of work in the organisation about system and process so that when invoices come in, they're matched with the purchase order and therefore they can be paid on a circular basis broadly by return, with a drive then to get ourselves up to the 95% national requirement as quickly as we can do.
And now a point for Andy Callow. Currently, some patients get quote reminders without being advised of any information about the appointment for a reminder about appointment the next day. The whole system seems to hallucinate, and therefore I encourage you to improve the thing in 2026, please.
Okay, just before we pick that up, so Andy will take the encouragement and probably do better than that and try and give a response as well. Are there any other questions, sir? Because I'm just conscious we've got a couple of hundred people.
I'll make it very quick.
Well, if you want to just outline your remaining questions as well.
Right, the last question is the prehab. I think it's wonderful. Now, please, please, please try and make arrangements to collect statistics that prove that prehab reduces DVTs, deep vein thrombosis, in subsequent cancer surgeries. You must please try to collect those statistics.
Okay, so we'll take Andy and then perhaps Abby could come back.
Well, thanks for the encouragement around improving the situation. There's definitely room for improvement, that's for sure. So our current system that we have, we'll be replacing that in October, November time. And with that, we've done a whole load of prep work to sort of redesign the way that the reminders and letters are going out. So there'll be a change in the autumn, and then we'll build on that in the future. And then coupled with the information that's available through the app, then I can see that there's a lot more scope for giving really good information to patients.
The important thing is that reminders mustn't be the first notification of the appointment.
Absolutely, yeah, agreed.
And just to talk about the post-op complications, so that's one of the things that we collect. So we collect data on length of stay savings for each of the patients that we see, but we do also look at the post-op complications that we see individually, both based on specialties. Now, there are a number of other reasons that post-op complications may occur, and actually with our new move to Nerve Centre in totality, that will make that data collection even easier. But absolutely, we do collect that.
Okay, so we've got a few questions online. I'm going to give you 2 or 3 so you can start sorting out who's going to address them. What is the plan to deal with old ageing estate within the trust, especially at City Hospital? Some of the buildings are not fit for purpose. I guess, Paul, you're going to pick that up. And then perhaps after that, Anthony could pick up the question, which is there a risk the focus on maternity with investment to pay for more staff, etc., will mean other services will deteriorate due to less focus and investment? So, Paul, do you want to take the first one?
So clearly the deferral of the new hospital programme Tomorrow's NUH has a significant impact on our ability to move forward with our estate, both QMC and significantly the City Hospital as well. We'll be bringing a paper to the November Trust Board that will outline our effectively Plan B on how will we go about addressing some of our estate issues, as the Chair said earlier, bidding for capital and accessing capital from NHS England will become even more important to us as we enable our journey forwards and do everything we can do to bid for and get access to capital to help us drive the estate forwards.
At the risk of reframing the question, I think the bigger threat to maintaining our services is our overall financial transformation programme, rather than any investment we've made in maternity. Maternity is a very important service for us, but in context, its funding is relatively modest. And having saved £90 million last financial year and a target of another £90 million or so this financial year, what we must be mindful of is the impact on the quality and safety of our services. Any savings proposal has to go through a quality impact assessment, which is governed and overseen by Tracy and Manjeet, who are our most senior clinicians. And we try and make sure that whatever we do, we understand the potential impacts on our patients. And we will continue to do that. What I hope is that my final slide today showed where you can be more cost effective, but also improve services for patients. The patient-facing app, for example, is just one of the ways that we can improve the experience for outpatients, and yet the investment in that, in the context of what we spend every year, is relatively modest. The point I'm trying to make is that we are very mindful when we save money about the impact on the quality and safety of what we provide.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. I've got another couple here online. The first one, I think, Tim, is probably going to come your way, which is, how are you planning to hear from more patient and public voices moving forward? A wider range of people from our communities need a voice. There's that one. And then perhaps after that, I think, Andy, how are actions going to be in place are actions going to be in place to identify digital literacy and language barriers, especially among elderly patients?
Thank you. Shall I start? So in terms of engagement, I'll perhaps answer that on two levels. One is that the engagement around the kind of activities we did today in terms of the development of the strategy. I think the second might be a broader question about continued engagement in relation to care and specialties, which perhaps Tracy will add on. So in terms of our event earlier today, this is our first large public event, which was planned to start obviously at our APM. We've had 4 weeks worth of staff-facing events already. We've had over 40 sessions, hundreds of people involved in all of those. We have started the public-facing campaign, and we're now moving into engagement with public, with partners, with communities, working with our ICB, Integrated Care Board colleagues, and our public health colleagues, all of whom have community-facing routes to ask how can we have the kind of discussion that we had today in a meaningful way in each of our community areas. So we want to encourage everybody to have a voice and give their unique views into it. So that's our plan over the forthcoming 4 weeks in terms of the engagement around the strategy. I don't know if Tracy wants to talk more broadly about engagement.
Okay. Yeah. So obviously we've got Trish, there's Ali here. So we do a lot of work at the moment around patient experience, making sure we can engage. We work a lot with our kind of integrated care colleagues and community groups, and Lovelyn again is here that does some of that work. But there is more for us to do. I think that we recognise that actually we don't hear from all the voices in our communities, and we don't reach all of those voices in our communities. So that's part of the work that we're doing in the next year, is really thinking about how do we maximise some of the systems that we've got in place. So how do we make sure we're working very closely with primary care? They all have patient participation groups. So I think one of the things within the NHS we need to try and avoid is duplicating each other's work. So it's more about how do we work together with partners? How do we make sure that we're using the information available to us to really think about shaping our services? Some very strong focus around working with different communities within some of our specialties. Maternity particularly does a lot of work going out into communities, but there is absolutely more for us to do.
So I'll take the digital literacy question. So the move to have the NHS app and the patient app for that won't replace everything. So there's always be a place for an appointment line or face-to-face booking, but the idea is that actually by the people who want to use those services can do that, which gives more capacity for there's more complex or other cases to be dealt with still on the telephone line. So it will these things will never replace 100%. The part of the question was about language. one of the interesting things around the development of using technology is actually your phone is really good at being able to change its language context, and so it actually is a potential for improving the way that we interact with patients who have a different first language, to be able to use that. And so I don't think that will be straight out of the box early next year, but it'll be something that is part of the roadmap for development, and certainly that's another exciting way that we'll be developing.
Okay, thanks, Andy. I've got a couple more questions. One that was given in advance and one that's just come in. So the first one given in advance is from Nina Udensi. I hope I've pronounced your name right. How do you intend to assist volunteers in integrating them into the hospital as staff? I guess that's you, Jack, is that right? So in a second, and then perhaps the second question we could take after that is, many plans around surgical pathways discussed today are relating to recovery of adult services. What are your priorities for the Nottingham Children's Hospital? So I guess Tracy will do that.
Hello everybody, my name is Jack Adlam. I'm the Director of Communications and Engagement and the Executive Lead for Volunteers. So we have, as you heard earlier, over 700 volunteers at the organisation and about 150 of whom are in the recruitment pipeline as well. Some of our volunteers are indeed here today. So whilst our volunteers are not staff, actually they make a vital contribution to the running of our hospitals. I think it's true to say that without them we could not do the work that we do, whether they're supporting our ward staff at meal times, whether they're supporting with wayfinding, whether they're playing the important role that Tracy mentioned earlier around PPI and PPG. They play an absolutely fundamental role. The way that we try and integrate them into the organisation is through a comprehensive induction programme. So all our volunteers, both through the recruitment process and when they join us, have an induction programme to be a volunteer at the organisation. They're also then supported within their relevant area. So if they're working in maternity services, for example, on the labour suite and on the wards, if they're one of our mealtime volunteers, they will have that local induction and support as well. We last year produced for the first time in the organisation a volunteer strategy which sets out how we're going to improve the experience of our volunteers, how we're going to recruit more volunteers from different backgrounds, recognising that we serve a diverse population, which we're proud to do so, and how do we make sure that volunteers continue to play that important role in our organisation. So I'll finish there only with the comment again to say we simply couldn't do what we do without our important volunteers.
And that's a really important point. We are blessed with the volunteer support that we get. The picture across the country is far more mixed, actually. We have a fantastic number of volunteers, and we're very, very grateful. Tracy, you're going to pick up the Children's Hospital, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So our Children's Hospital, we're really lucky. We've just been re-accredited for Pathways to Excellence, which has been a significant amount of work from the Children's Hospital. So I think the point that's been made about incorporating things like prehab into surgical pathways is a really important point. I think there's work for us to do to really think about our paediatric pathways. They are quite complex because of the regional nature of a lot of our paediatric services, but I think the absolutely point that you're making is a really important point, and one that I'll take back into the organisation.
Thanks, Tracy. Now we've got a question that's come in online just now and one that came in a little earlier, so we'll take the group of two here. So people first themes focused on kindness and inclusion. How do you plan to ensure that inclusive practices aren't deprioritised through tough financial times? So I think I'll ask Anthony certainly to start off on that. And the other question that came in advance from Annie Elaine, what are you doing to address structural racism within your organisation? Perhaps Gilbert, I can ask you to pick that up. So Anthony, first of all, on the first one.
So when I showed the slide earlier, Everyone is Welcome campaign, that was part of a wider inclusion strategy that we have in the organisation. I should like to pay tribute to Gilbert George, who led that work, has recently handed over the portfolio for inclusion to Danielle. Gilbert built a team and has done some very good and impactful work to make sure that inclusive practice and the way that people feel about coming to work at NUH is our top priority. Some of the work that we've done on our staff networks, the campaigns we've run, are all reflective of the way that Gilbert has led our workforce inclusion strategy. What I've talked through with Danielle, as she inherits that portfolio, is making sure that just because we're in difficult financial times, we do not lose the motivation and the emphasis on that, because it's absolutely true to say that if our organisation reflects its community and the people that work in it feel safe, welcome, included, valued and able to express themselves, we will do better. And that has not always been the case. Hence the question about racism. And I'm sure Gilbert will address that, but I should also like to say something about that as well. When I joined the organisation in 2022, we were inadequate for leadership and culture, and part of that was because people reported that they were bullied or harassed sometimes because of their ethnicity. And we have worked extremely hard to name that and put processes and systems in place so that people feel more able to speak up and tell their story, and we've given them more avenues to get support. We've also been very, very clear in our values that we don't stand for it, and I'm sure that Gilbert will elucidate on that, Nick, as well.
Good afternoon. My name's Gilbert George. I'm the Director of Corporate Governance. I ought to start off by saying that at NUH, we take any form of discrimination or racism absolutely seriously and will proactively act against it when we find that behaviours, whether it be staff, whether it be patients, that we take a stance against this and try to eradicate poor behaviour that is not in tune with the values of NUH has been described today. To that extent, the board has also taken a very firm stance in regards to these matters of racism and discrimination. In January 2024, the board approved our workforce inclusion strategy. We had strong elements in regards to racism and discrimination. And as a collective, we were determined, whilst recognising more work is to be done, but we are determined to eradicate such behaviour at NUH. We recognise we serve a community that is quite dispersed in terms of its origins, and therefore we want to make sure that those that actually work at NUH feel they're part of a family, that we are an inclusive organisation. And therefore what we intend to do, and what we are doing, is to use our RES data, which is the workforce race equality information that we on an annual basis have to submit. That will guide us in understanding what areas we can do more work on in regards to eradicating behaviour that is not in tune with our values. We're on a journey, we have made a start, but there's more to do, and you can be assured that we're absolutely determined to eradicate behaviour that is not in tune with NUH's values.
Thank you, Gilbert. Now, just looking around the room, we're moving towards the last couple of minutes. Actually, we've got free. Is there anybody who's here who's not had an opportunity to ask a question? The lady here. Hang on, we're just bringing the mic to you.
A question for Andy Callow. You just mentioned the fact that you're moving to a new system for communicating with patients in October, November. Can I ask how many patients have been involved in the development of that communication? Because as we know from the past, there's a lot of communication that goes out there that is misleading and doesn't help. Text messages being one that we identified 12 months ago that took quite some while to change. So, and also the patient app, which is obviously a purchased-in app, but which you'll have presumably got control over what information goes in there, how we're communicating that information, particularly about where patients are to go in for appointments, which at the moment is pretty poor.
Yes, agree. I don't know how many patients have been involved, but probably not as many as we would like. In terms of the future development, yes, we have some influence on Nerve Centre, particularly because we're working together as 6 East Midlands trusts together, who are all Nerve Centre customers, and so our opportunity to influence the development of that is stronger. In fact, I've got a meeting this afternoon with East Midlands colleagues to talk about our strategy around patient centre. So I think more to do in terms of the way that the letters are communicated out. And I know, Trish, I know you attended the patient centre demo in July, and there's a follow-up to have from that, that's for sure.
I'm just more concerned about instructions to patients of where they're to go and how they are, because we see poor instructions going out of where patients are to go. For example, it is not uncommon for people to turn up at QMC when they should be either at the Rope Walk, Platform 1 or the City.
Yes, absolutely. So as part of those, the move to Nerve Centre, our opportunity to refresh all those clinic templates is the time to do that. So, I'm hopeful that through that process we'll move from having 4,500 different clinic templates, which leads to some of the confusion, to a much lower number, which becomes manageable in that space.
So what I'm hearing is there's a commitment to do better, and I think Andy would be very willing to come along to the patient participation group to talk about it. Does that make sense? Okay, we'll do that. Sir, here,
yes,
you've got...
I prefer not to use the mic if people can hear me. For my multifarious...
It's just they can't hear you online, sir. There's a couple of hundred online. So, sorry about that.
Unfortunately, for my multifarious sins over a long life, I've spent 3 occasions in A&Es recently, in the last 12 months. What has struck me has been the overflow of people. How much do all of us recognise that the notion of a family practitioner service is antiquated and is a cause of so much trouble within the health service? That's the first point. The second point is that while sitting there and being a keen observer of people, and always have throughout my life, what I noticed without any question at all is that the bulk of people are grossly overweight. Now, in terms of rehabilitation, I would have thought that something should be done either in a research project or looking at how on earth we can help that particular problem. Sorry all. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got the GP service and the issue of obesity. Do you want to... Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much for those questions, sir. So I'll ask Tim to pick up on some of the specifics of how we work with the Integrated Care Board on managing partnership services to support things like obesity and weight reduction. But to speak to your point about the ED, we're working really hard to make sure that ED is a good place for people to come and that they wait as little as possible. We have done a lot of work with ambulance handovers, but still far too many people, when they get to ED, wait in the department for too long. We have made strides in that people no longer wait on our corridors, but sometimes that can lead to backup in other parts of the trust and people being in temporary spaces that are unsuited to care and dignity. So please take an assurance that we're working very, very hard to make sure that our ED and our urgent and emergency care pathways are as good as they can be. And now Tim will tell you something about how we're working with our partners to prevent people coming at all, the relationship we have with primary care and the relationship around programmes of work, public health related.
Thanks very much. So one personal reflection, my dad was a GP in Nottingham for 25 years, so I recognise what you're saying about how primary care is different now to how it was in the past. I think one of the things we'd also recognise is that the vast majority of healthcare support interactions that happen across the health service happen in primary care, a much larger volume than happens within NUH, but we're so dependent on each other to work well together to try and make sure we're doing the best for the population collectively. And we've got a really strong primary and secondary care programme. Senior clinicians each week meet for 45 minutes, just have a discussion that's saying, okay, what's not working as well as it could do this week? What does it feel like being on the other side of each other? And where can we do better to work together? And I think what we recognise now is primary care isn't a GP. Primary care is a whole suite of people who want to work together to try and meet the primary care needs of our population. And whether that is a GP or whether it's lots of different roles that happen within primary care, there's pieces of work now being done called integrated neighbourhood teams, which is trying to bring all of those professions together and say, how do we work in the most effective way to meet the needs of colleagues? So a lot of work within that. The other partnership that we have within that, where we're doing a lot of work, is with our public health colleagues in local authority. And they, each year, they do review what are the primary health drivers or causes of ill health within our local population. And through the Health and Wellbeing Board that all partners sit on, not just health partners, but partners across fire service, police, housing and others, say what can we do again together to try and improve that. And just perhaps linking the specific health weight question back to Abby's presentation earlier, we have a really strong link now with some providers who are preventative health providers, and every single patient who comes through the prehabilitation services is referred to one of our 2 providers locally for weight management services. So step by step, I think we're trying to make the connections across our collective health and social care community, whereas sometimes in the past we've worked very, very separately, to work together, to ask what are the needs of our population, to say how collectively can we meet those in the best way, and also how do we make sure that the way we work within our own individual areas isn't making it more difficult for each other. And through the primary secondary care work, we've certainly progressed a long way within that.
Thank you, Tim. Now I'm going to bring proceedings to a close now. Thank you for joining us today, whether you're in the room or whether you're joining us online. It is very much appreciated. As a Trust Board, we are absolutely clear of our duty to discharge the obligation of the NHS Constitution. The Constitution, which states very clearly that the NHS exists for the people. Just to pick up a previous line of questioning, it doesn't say the NHS exists for white people or rich people or straight people. It exists for their people, the people, in all their and our glorious diversity. We exist to serve you, and we'll seek to continue to serve you by living our values that are shown on the board behind me: to be kind, to be inclusive, to be ambitious, and to operate as one team. I do hope that you feel that today, as we've talked about what we do well, and also where we need to improve, that we've done so with openness and transparency. Just a further reminder that for those questions we've not got round to discussing today, and there are some, we will commit to come back to you. Please make sure we can identify you so we can come back to you and respond to those questions in the future days. But thank you very much for joining us. Just before we play out with a final video, I would stress that the video makes clear that we can only serve you by utilising the abundant skills of our fantastic people. And to them, I would say, thank you.
2 bleeds on the brain and a fractured neck.
10% chance of survival. I thought my world was ending. I thought I'd have to tell my son that his dad wasn't coming home.
As a volunteer police sergeant, and we were in a pursuit, I sustained serious injuries to both my knees, couldn't walk. Up until that point, I'd never been in hospital.
Started planning the cesarean section, and then on the day we were being discharged, they had the newborn hearing screen, which she failed. Sorry.
I'd not been very well, and I didn't realise how bad I was. And a lovely nurse said, I think we're going to have to put you to sleep. I got a 50-50 chance of waking up. I just said, can you tell my children?
He was very, very poorly. 20 people around his bed. As a result of the sepsis, he ended up having amputations to his legs and his fingers. We couldn't imagine what the future would look like, but he pulled through. The staff were so kind and gentle.
They fought my corner to get me the help that I need.
The amazing work by everybody from the ambulance service through to the triage team at A&E, through to the doctors and nurses and specialists and consultants has helped me along that journey tremendously.
Physios, the play specialists, everybody we encountered was just incredible. We were so well looked after, not just William, but as a family.
They're all so kind and willing to look after me at a moment's notice.
The normal process of giving birth is always challenging, but I felt secured. I felt really happy.
The team have been
so supportive. They've gone above and beyond.
They did an outstanding job. They still do an outstanding job. But we don't hear enough about the good side, which is why I wanted to do this, to thank everybody.
What's your happiest memory since leaving the hospital?
Getting married.
Get married.
It's something we take for granted, playing with the grandchildren. Now I can take them to the park, I can play with them, we've been on holiday together, we're moving forward in life.
The people that do work for NUH as a whole, I've got something about them that they just want to do the best job they can. They do it because they love it and they want to help, they want to make a difference, and they never gave up on me.
I'd just like to say a massive thank you to all of the staff that have helped us along all this journey into being able to hear and talk.
I can't praise the whole team enough. They're all, to me, just as important, just as helpful and kind, every single person.
A tremendous thank you for all the dedication, commitment, passion and empathy that you have.
I'm so grateful for everything you've done. It's life-changing for people.
Thanks a million. I still have a card to send. Yeah.
Thank you. That's on behalf of my children as well, because I didn't think I'd come home.
You saved my husband's life. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So thank you. We can never thank them enough for what they did for us and, you know, for William.
Thank you for saving my life.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.